7. Fish will be in seat 8. And Ritchie will be in seat 9. Our chip leader coming into the final table is Tony in seat 2, 7,695,000 chips. And in second will be Fish. He's in seat 8. He's sitting on 5,500,000. The rest of the field is on an average about 2,900,000, with Rory sitting at 3.3 million. Jacob will be sitting on 1.5 million. Lazar is sitting on 1.3 million. Matthew is just over 1 million in chips. Rudy has 1.5 million. And Ritchie in seat 9 is sitting on 2.1 million. Chris is our dealer tonight, Ochoa. See how this final table gets kicked off. Just waiting on the first hand to get up in there. Don't forget, if you come on out to Rounders Card Club, we do have our Bad Beat Barbershop running. Come on out Monday through Saturday. Come on out, get a haircut. They do, I think, not a manicure, but they do massages on the oils on the hands. They do everything. They do women's haircuts, men's haircuts, children's haircuts. You don't have to have an appointment. You can come on out and walk right in. Or you can call Rounders Card Club at 210-361-DEAL, 210-361-3325. You can call and make an appointment. See, the open chair right there is Rudy is up and about, and Fish is in the bluish hoodie. And then that's Ritchie in seat 9 next to the dealer. All right, guys. This is going to be an exciting final table. Let me go over what's happening real quick at the Rounders Card Club for the week of April 11th. Monday night, we have the Big 50. It's a $10,000 guarantee tournament, $125 buy-in, $125 rebuy. If you bust, you'll start with $50,000 in chips, $10,000 guaranteed Monday at 6 p.m. Tuesday, we have a free roll. The free roll's $5,000 guarantee. Come on out and play the free roll. You can buy up to 3 times with less than 10,000 chips. The add-ons are $20 for 15K and $40 for 30K. We're getting our first hand underway. Thursday, we have the $3,000 pot limit guarantee. Yeah, it's going to be a great tournament. And also, again, on Saturday, the Big 50 again on Saturday is a $10,000 guarantee at 1 p.m. $125 buy-in, $125 add-on if you bust. $10,000 guaranteed Monday and Saturday. So we got our first hand underway. Looks like Fish is going to throw out a chip and call, or is he raising? He makes a call. Looks like Tony has King 6, the King of Spades, 6 of clubs versus the Jack of clubs and 10 of spades.
30 minutes, I think. 30?
No one hits the board on the 3, 7, 8, 2 diamonds, 1 club. But Fish is going to represent having some of that board. He does have a gutter ball for a straight with a 9. They are the 2 chip leaders going at it the very first hand. You see Tony's got 7.6 and Fish has 5.3. Looks like Tony check raised. Fish. Fish is going to lay it down. Tony did have the best hand with king high. Tony was the big blind, and king high takes it down. Fish, everybody has to be very careful. Tony's, I don't know if anybody knows Tony, other than very successful tournament player. Lazar next to him on his left. Very successful. They've all made multiple final tables with us. Won smaller tournaments here, and this is a large tournament, the $200,000 guaranteed tournament. The total pool prize was $227,375. First place going to be a cool $43,000. Looks like Tony G is going to raise the pot with his king queen offsuit. King club, queen of hearts. Looks like he takes it down. Looks like Matthew's going to have the ace-8 offsuit. He's going to let it go. Tony G with the 10-3. No thank you. Let's see. Rudy says 9-3. Is a fold. Wow. Fitch wakes up with pocket kings. Looks like he wanted to raise and didn't put out enough, apparently. He threw out enough for a raise, but he didn't complete the raise, it looks like. Ritchie wants to come along with his pocket sevens. We'll see Rory has one of Fish's kings. Looks like Tony has one of the kings. Jacob has folded. Lazar has folded. Tony did 3-bet to 550,000. Again, these are the two chip leaders battling. Possibly one of the card readers could be off with the fish having kings without doing a re-raise. It shows him having two kings on the table, but he could be playing cautious because every time you have kings, it seems like an ace comes out. It's almost inevitable. Does check around. Tony does have the gutter ball with a jack. Hopefully a non-club, non-heart. Could make him the straight. These guys seem to be playing pretty cautious right now. It is the final table. First place is $43,000. Fish did call the bet. And he does take down the pot. Nice hand, Fish. Tony didn't have a pair, he didn't have showdown value, so I'm sure he had to make the bet. He can't win it by showing king high. But Fish did take down that pot. The two chip leaders going at it with Ritchie in seat 9 getting in the middle of it with his pair of sevens. Needing another 7 to make a set. Would have easily doubled up if that ace didn't come out, but I think it would have slowed down all the action like it did. Looks like Rudy's going to wake up with ace-queen offsuit. One of the shorter stacks on the final table, but a very solid player. Looks like Fish is going to be involved in another hand with pocket sixes. Ritchie's going to let go of the jack deuce for sure. Rory says no thank you to the 8-5. Tony 7-2. Lazar folds a queen 10. And Matthew wakes up with pocket jacks against ace queen and a pair of sixes. He does shove all in. Matthew has just, I think, a little over 1 million. It posts 1 million. That's going to put Rudy in the tank with ace queen offsuit. Rudy has 1.4 million. If he played the hand and lost, he'd definitely be crippled here. Does have 2 overcards. Would still be like a 52-48 dog even if it was suited. Oh, there's 41-32 with Fish in the hand with sixes, saying 28, but hard to play for your tournament life when you're playing for $43,000 first place with ace queen offsuit against an all-in to a similar stack as yours with jacks. I say he's going to fold. He's going to wait for a better spot. Fish, on the other hand, being one of the chip leaders, having pocket sixes, he could make the call and not be knocked out. But Matthew would have a great chance of doubling. Rudy's taking a long time. Maybe he might call. Does he want to risk his tournament life on ace-queen offsuit this early in the final table? No, he's going to let it go. He's definitely going to let it go. Yep, he lets it go. Now it's on Fish with pocket sixes. He just won a big hand. He just won over $1 million. He's going to let it go. He don't want to. He wants to hold on to those chips he just won. Nice hand, Matthew. Pocket jacks hold up. We started at day 2 this day, Sunday at noon. Started with 65 players. We're down to our final 9 of the $200,000 guaranteed freeze-out. First place is $43,000. The 9th place finisher will receive $4,500. So that's a 10x jump right there. Looks like Ritchie's going to fold the queen 9 suited. Tony, our chip leader, in the white hat. Looks like he wakes up with ace 4 offsuit. Jacob's going to fold. Lazar moves all in. 7-3. I don't believe Lazar is going to be playing 7-3. I do believe the card reader is off right here. Lazar's a much better player than the Jam with on the button with 7-3 suited for his tournament life, and first place is $43,000. They have been playing a long day today, and it's going to be a lot longer. He could have a medium pocket pair. Maybe that could be 7-7. It's definitely not 7-3. I'd say that for him to jam. Tony G wakes up with ace queen offsuit. If he doubles up Lazar, he'll be short. Lazar has 1.2 million. Tony's sitting on 2.6. He'll be down to 1.4 if he makes this call. Really don't know what Lazar has. But you just saw Rudy fold ace queen offsuit the hand previous to an all-in. And it looks like Tony G did make the call for 1.1 million. He was already in. Oh, Lazar does have a king jack, not 7-3. So it has king jack. So it's just two live cards, the ace queen. The flop is 4-5-3. So a deuce would make the wheel or a straight for Tony G, and it bricks out with a 9. Wow, Lazar goes out in 9th spot. Jams on the button with king jack offsuit, thinking Tony was just raising and he was going to steal the blinds, and Tony G wakes up with ace queen. Doesn't let it go. Lazar takes home $4,500 in 9th place. Yeah, apologies for that 7-3. Yeah, we know Lazar's not moving in all in, even with the button with 7-3. Card reader's off a little bit, but ace queen was good for Tony G. So Tony G moves up to almost 4 million in chips with that pot. The blinds are 40,000, 80,000 with a $40,000 ante. So the big blind is putting out 120,000 every time he's the big blind. Fish hasn't folded his hand yet. Oh, he's got pocket tens. Oh, Ritchie in seat 9 wakes up with pocket nines. This could be a big hand. Oh, Fish did raise. I'm sorry, Fish raised 300,000. Ritchie can't just call. He has to go over the top. He bet 1.6 million with pocket nines, and Fish is sitting on tens. Fish is a chip leader's a big pair. He's never folding that. Even if he's thinking the guy has jacks, kings, or queens, but he's going to turn it over. Very confident. Ritchie acknowledges he's got the better hand. Think the nines are tens versus nines. He's got to have a 9 to stay alive. Oh, there's a 9 right in the window. A set of 9s over a pair of 10s for an all-in. Ritchie is going to double up unless he catches a 10 on the river, and he doesn't. He makes a full house. 9s full of 5s over pocket 10s. Ritchie's going to double up through Fish. Want the chip leader, second in chips. My goodness. Ritchie's going to get up to close to 5 million in chips. Pocket 10s raises, 9 shoves all in, 10s calls, 9 right in the window. Wow. They're counting out the chips. Make sure Ritchie gets a full double up. So instead of going out in 9th place for $5,600, Ritchie gets a nice double up, helping him get deeper into the tournament. Wow, 9s flops right in the window against 10s. Rudy's going to be the small blind for 40,000 now. Fish is going to put out 80 and 40 for the blinds and the antes. We did have 500. Where's my notes? We started this tournament, had 535 players. We're down to the final 8. Lazar went out ninth on the final table with King Jack over Ace Queen. No one made a pair. Ace Queen was good. You just saw 10s get beat by 9s. Very difficult to finish a tournament like this. Hands just show up. Looks like Tony's going to raise and take it down. Looks like they had pocket 5s. Tony is the chip leader, still right around 6.7 million in chips. Fish is still second. Tony G has moved up with knocking out Lazar. And then Ritchie in seat 9 just doubled up. So he's sitting good. Right now, Rudy is one of our short stacks along with Jacob, our dealer. But they're just playing their game. They're going to wait for a good hand. Get it in with the best that they can get and double up or get paid out. Going to three-way action, 9-3, ace-6, king-queen. Ritchie does flop the ace. Fish is going to check it. Tony can't hit a jack for a gutter ball. He has no pair, but he has a lot of chips. I believe Ritchie's going to make the call. Queen on the board does pair for Tony. He's going to bet. Ritchie is going to call to 300,000 with ace-6. Oh, the jack gets there, giving Tony Broadway. That's a little run good. There's 1.3 out there in the pot. Tony's going to bet a little less than a half pot. Trying to induce a call. Any king beats you, Ritchie. Ace-9, ace-7, ace-8 is all a shot with two pair if Tony was to have an ace also. But he has Broadway. Ritchie's going to take a minute trying to figure this thing out. What was he betting with on the flop? He does make the call. And Tony shows him the bad news. The jack hit me. So Tony takes down a $2.5 million pot. Still our chip leader. Ritchie just got some chips from doubling through Fish. but he's still doing fine. Rory in seat 1. If you recognize him, you've seen him in our live stream cash games. He's made the final table. He's one of the young guns. Very good poker player. As you can tell, he's on the final table, and you see him in our cash games. Doesn't look like anybody's getting any strong hands this round right here. Ritchie does have King 3 of spades. Looks like he wants to play against the blinds, which is Rory, the big blind. He's just going to call. Rory's going to check with Jack 7 of diamonds. Wow. Ritchie hits top pair and Rory flops 3 of a kind. Does Ritchie bet here? He did check. Maybe hoping that Rory would bet. There is a call. Ritchie checks the ace. Rory checks back with 3 jacks still. Wow, the 9 of spades come. Giving Ritchie the nut flush with the king high. But Rory has 3 jacks. A paired board. He's going to bet about $250,000. I think Rory's going to call and look him up. Did go runner, spades. Rory has to call. He shows him the king 3 of spades. Rory shows him the jack. Says, wow. I guess the check back on the turn hurt Rory. He could have bet maybe taking it down, but he let Ritchie get to the river, giving him a flush. Ritchie wins some chips back that he just gave to Tony, our chip leader. Make a hand, miss a hand. Blinds are going up. 50, 100,000 with a 50,000 ante. This is the final table of the $200,000 guaranteed Freezeout, marathon Freezeout, excuse me. All right, Monday and Saturday, we have the Big 50, $10,000 guaranteed tournament. Come on out and play that Monday at 6 p.m. and Saturday at 1 p.m. Tuesday night, we have a $5,000 free roll at 7 p.m. Wednesday, we have a $5,000 guaranteed Freezeout, $100 buy-in, starts at 7 p.m. Thursday, come on out and play the Pot Limit Omaha, $3,000 guaranteed, $100 buy-in, $100 rebuys, no add-ons. And also Thursday at 8 p.m., we have a $1,000 guaranteed big bounty, $50 bounty. Excuse me. And Friday, we have the free $3,000 guaranteed free roll at 7 p.m. So Mike came in. Mike is our new dealer. Matthew has Queen Jack of diamonds. Set on 1.4 million. He's going to let it go. Looks like Tony G's going to wake up with King 10 offsuit. Tony G does raise it to 200,000. Rudy has ace-8 offsuit. He's sitting on 1.2 million. He's wanting to pick his spots. Rudy does move all in with ace-8. 1.2 million, a million on top of Tony's raise. Fish gets out of the way with the 7-6 suited. Ritchie on the button's going to fold to Jack-9. It's going to come around to Tony G with the King-10. Does he make the call? No, he's going to let it go. He doesn't want to double up Rudy. You know Rudy has a good hand. Rudy takes that down the hand. There we go. If you look at the payouts, 43,000 for first, 28,500 for second, 19,400 for third, 15,175 for fourth, 12,500 for fifth. What's my other numbers? $10,000 for sixth, 7,700 for seventh, 5,600 for eighth, and Lazar went out in ninth place finisher with $4,500. Looks like Matthew's going to wake up with Jack Queen offsuit. Tony G's going to fold the connected suited 6-4. Ritchie's going to fold his Jack-3. Rory's going to wake up with ace-6. Our chip leader, Tony, is in the small blind. Looks like Jacob's going to wake up with pocket fives in the big blind. He's going to let it go. If he did have pocket fives, sometimes the card reads a little bit off, but looks like he's waiting for a better hand, better situation to move up. These guys have been playing all day. Started out with 65 players on day 2, and we're down to the final 8. We did start the final table with 9 players, but Lazar went out in 9th place. Tony G's going to let it go. Rudy's going to fold. Fish is calling with pocket sevens. Ritchie lets go of a 6-5 offsuit. Rory wakes up with King-Queen offsuit, sitting on $3 million in chips. Fish is in second place with $5 million. He is going to let it go. Jacob's going to wake up with King-Jack offsuit. He's going to call from the small blind. And Matthew's going to check with a 9-3. Surprised the sevens didn't raise here. They at least get Matthew out of the pot. But Jacob does flop an open-end straight draw. He's going to check it to Matthew. Matthew checks. Fish lets him see a turn. He checks his pocket sevens. Matthew with the pocket nines is going to try and steal the pot for 150,000. King high is going to win this with two pair, tens and queens, with a king kicker. See what Jacob's sizing is. I'm sorry, Jacob. Matthew's sizing on this pot is 650, so he bet just under half pot with 310. Jacob's thinking about, well, he bet the first queen given it a pair of queens or a flush draw. Did he miss his flush draw in the river? Does he really have a queen in the big blind? If Jacob could make the call and take this pot down, he did make the call. Man, that's a heck of a call. Wow, what a great call by Jacob. These guys are so tough. I think Matthew had to go with a little bigger bet on the river to take it down. I don't think if he bet a little under half pot, if he had gone 3/4 pot, he could have got Jacob to fold, I believe. It could be in the sizing. And these big tournaments is late in the final table. These guys get kind of stingy. That was just a great call. King high. Get started with Rudy under the gun with the 10 deuce offsuit. He's going to take a look after staring everybody down, seeing what they're doing, let it go. Fish folds, Ritchie folds. Rory wakes up with queen jack offsuit. He's going to let it go. Jacob with the 8-3 of diamonds folds. Tony G looks like he had kings. No one played. Looks like we're going to move on to the next hand. The blinds are 50,000, 100,000 with a $50,000 ante. That's why you see the two red chips in the rounders line. All the big blinds do pay the antes for the table. Fish is going to wake up with a 7-3 offsuit. He's definitely going to let that go. He likes to posture just for a second, but he's a very solid player. Ritchie's going to let go of the 9-5 offsuit. Rory can't get away from 5-2 fast enough. Tony says 5-4 is not good for me either. And Tony G's going to wake up with king 10 in the small blind. And Rudy has king 5 in the big blind. If the king comes out on that board, there could be some trouble. Oh, it folded. Okay, no trouble for anybody. Tony did raise. Rudy did fold. Fish has to get out his big blind and ante so the dealer can deal. We need to have all the antes out there. Yeah, remember these guys might look a little nervous here and there, fumbling with chips. They are playing for $43,000. That's a lot of money. They don't want to make a mistake. Looks like Tony G is going to wake up with King 8 of diamonds, and he's going to call. He raised a 275, excuse me. Rudy wakes up with King Jack offsuit. Tony G did raise the hand earlier where Rudy shoved with Ace 8, and he took down the pot. Can he do the same thing again, or is he going to let it go? He does fold to King Jack offsuit. Fish is going to call, looks like with a 10-3 in the big blind. I'm guessing he's just trying to protect his blinds. Queen 4-6. Both players missed a flop. Can Tony G a continuation? Fish is going to fold. Tony G is going to take it down with King High. Was the best hand. Don't forget, coming out to Rounders Card Club, we do have 2 golf simulators out front. They are 96 courses. They are full swing golf simulators. Come on out and hit some balls before you play, or after you get done playing, you want to take a little break and get some swings in, work on your game. Come on out to Rounders Card Club. We do have 10 cash games going on while we are doing the final table. 7-1-2, no limit, 2 big O's, 1 5-10 mixed game. The mixed game's great. It's a 5-10 limit game. There's 15 games that you can pick and choose from. It's basically a dealer's choice to do a round of it. It is a 5-10 limit game. And we do have a 7-1-2 no limit hold'em games and 2 big O games going right now. And the big O are 5-5. So come on out if you want to play some cash.
It's easier that way.
Looks like Jacob's going to raise. Ritchie's going to call with a jack deuce. He does flop a deuce. I think Jacob, the card reader could be off. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think he has 9-3 raising. Jacob bets 125, gets a call from Ritchie with a deuce. Makes 2 pair on the turn. But does give Jacob some outs if he does have the 9-3. I'm not sure exactly if that's the correct hand or not. Apologize. Let's go check, check. Ritchie does have 2 pair with jacks and deuces. Looks like Ritchie's going to bet about 450,000. This does put Jacob in a tough spot because we know he doesn't have 9-3 offsuit. He made a great call last time with King High. But it looks like he's counting out chips and seeing what his remainder is to make sure he's got equity in his hand. He's not posturing with 9-3, but he does lay it down. Ritchie did hit a deuce on the flop and a jack on the turn. Giving him 2 pairs, hard to beat. Mike's going to get the cards out for us. Looks like Tony's going to be dealt the King 7 offsuit. He's under the gun. He will let it go. Jacobson on 1.6 million in chips. Going to fold the King 7. Matthew's going to let go of the Jack 8 of hearts. Tony G does not make a move with 6-3. Rudy wakes up with Ace Queen offsuit with 1.4 million. I believe he is our short stack right now. With Ritchie having doubled up through Fish earlier. Fish is just under 5 million. Rudy does take down the pot. We did have one knockout earlier. Lazar went out in 9th place. Ritchie survived a 9s versus 10s by flopping a 9 in seat 9. So 9s are his best friend. He doubled up through Fish in seat 8. Looks like Rudy's going to raise in position with 8-9 offsuit and take it down. These guys on the final table have been playing since noon today. So they've had a long day. And it's going to be a lot longer. Matthew under the gun is going to wake up with 9-10 offsuit. He's going to let it go. Tony G says 6-3 suited. I'll pass.
Pocket 9s. Going all in.
Rory's going to raise with the ace-4 offsuit. Tony is going to look him up with pocket 8s. And Jacob gets out of the way with a 10-8. Rory does get there by flopping an ace. Goes check, check. Rory's not happy with his kicker. Tony did call a raise pre-flop, so he must put him on a same hand range. Rory does bet the deuce and entice Tony to call with his 8s. Putting on a flush draw maybe. The 4 kids there giving Rory 2 pair, but a 3 does beat him. Tony does check his pocket 8s. I think Rory's going to check back. The small blind's range wouldn't have a 3 in it, of course. Not calling a raise. Unless those pocket 3s, but Rory puts out a bet and Tony folds. I think if Rory bets the flop there, Tony does fold probably instantly based on the size of the bet, but with Rory checking the ace and betting the diamond on the turn, gets him to call, gets Tony to call just a little bit there, but he can't call on the river.
Don't give me 30,000 right now.
Ron Ray in our chat box on YouTube says Jacob is a beast. Jacob's pretty good. We love Jacob here. He's one of our dealers. He's a great poker player. Going with king high with 2 pair. Pretty solid. Someone asked us in our chat, how come Rounders doesn't stream live games on YouTube anymore? We do. We were down for a little bit due to a weather storm. We had a little repairs to do, so we're back up and running our live streams. You can catch us on Tuesdays now at 7 p.m. You can check us out on YouTube, Facebook, and also Twitch for Rounders Live. We want to thank everybody who's watching on YouTube. Please hit the subscribe and like button. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you for watching the final table. This is the $200,000 marathon Freezeout. The total pool prize came to $227,375, with first place getting a cool $43,000. We are on our final 8. We did have a 9-handed table. Lazar went out at 9th for $4,500. Looks like Fish is going to get rid of his Jack 6. Ritchie says 8-3 is no good. Rory has ace deuce. Tony folds a 7 deuce. Tony G wakes up with king 8. He's going to defend the small blind. Well, I guess it looks like, excuse me. Rudy has ace 6 offsuit. Small blind versus big blind. Tony just called. Rudy does put in a raise. $250,000 looks like on top. Tony G does have king 8 offsuit. He's sitting on 4.3 million. Rudy has 1.5. If he does call and he does double Rudy up, they'll be even in stacks pretty much. He does call with the 8 king offsuit. Rudy flops the ace right in the window. I think Rudy is going to bet here. Should bet around 300,000, I'm guessing. And he does take it down. Bets the ace-6 against the king-8 and takes it down.
You got too much green down there. You want to get rid of some of that, right? Green. I mean, you look very depressed. Doesn't he, guys? He looks really depressed. Oh, yeah, it's too heavy for him. You got it. You got it. It's too heavy.
Looks like Ritchie's under a gun. He's going to wake up with king-jack offsuit. Going to let it go.
Oh, you must think the game's over.
Hard to play early position.
Oh, you're sadly mistaken. No, let him find out.
Rudy's going to wake up with jack-8. He's going to raise. Fish his big blind. Take it down. The blinds are 50,000, 100,000 with a $50,000 ante. So you can add 200,000 to your stack every time you can take down an uncontested pot. Don't forget, everybody, come on out to Rounders Card Club Monday, tomorrow. We do have the big 50 for $10,000 guarantee. $150 buy-in. You get 50,000 chips. You get one rebuy for $125. There are no add-ons. The blind levels are 20 minutes. Looks like Matthew woke up with pocket 8s. He is going to jam. He is the short stack on the table. Tony G quickly folds the queen 10, I believe.
Rudy. His phone like that, I can see it. All right, what?
Bring down my chip stack. Oh, yeah? Really?
Let's play.
There's an all-in and a call.
Oh.
Wow, he flops a full house. Matthew gets the double up he was looking for.
Like instantly, it felt like a 7.
Pocket 8s, flops 8, 7, 7.
He sent me a text saying Jack 7 was in a man's hand. I lost Jack 7 hand. Bubba. Jack 7 is
Come on out if you'd like to play at Rounders Card Club. We do have 7 1-2 no limit tables going, 2 5-5 Big O tables going, a 5-10 mixed with a full kill. And we have the final table, the $200,000 marathon guarantee stream being played out. We are 8-handed. Rudy has dealt pocket nines. Rory is going to call the raise. Ten, 9, 8. Rudy flops a set of nines. Looks like Rory can hit a 7 to make it the straight with a 5-6 offsuit. If you enjoyed watching the Masters today and you want to come out and play golf, we do have 2 full swing golf simulators here at Rounders. They have 96 courses to choose from. You can play any course you want to out of the 96. You can also do practicing. It tells you ball speed, swing speed. If your club face is open or closed, pretty awesome. And we do have the Bad Beat Barbershop open Monday through Saturday. You can call and make an appointment, or you can come to the card club, and walk right in.
Is that wrong?
Looks like Fisher's going to raise with the Queen 4 suited. Rory did make the call with the King 10 of clubs. Looks like Tony's going to raise to 1 million with pocket jacks. Fish quickly folds. And Rory's going to fold. Giving Tony a nice $1.4 million pot. If you'd like to be a member of Rounders, you can come out. You can call the 210-361-DEAL, 210-361-3325. Our location is we're off of Orsbach and I-10. 3723 Colony Drive, Suite 101, San Antonio, Texas. Tony G raises with aces. Fish is going to go all in with ace queen of spades. Tony does call. Looks like Tony G is going to double with aces and eights.
there.
Mike is just matching up the stacks. This is going to leave Fish just under, just over 1 million in chips. Oh, wow.
Fun timing.
Looks like Tony G did have Fish covered.
That was sick.
Looks like Fish has gone out in 8th place. Ace Queen of Spades versus Pocket Aces.
I'll tell you, Tony.
Fish went out in 8th place, collecting $5,600. Fish did come into our final table. Second in chips. Tony G has been playing super solid and takes him out with aces.
Oh well.
Looks like it's going to fold around.
Please, Tony G.
Hey, why can't I use my cut card that says Mom? That one? Wow. Mom.
Rory's going to take down the pot.
Oh, you got it now?
Looks like we're going to go on break. Fish should get knocked out just before the break. Ace Queen versus Aces. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back.
Green? I just need like 2 more. Look at you on board, Robert. Hater fan. Are you being quiet on here? Nobody. Oh, they're never talking about it. Oh, you got it. That was a belt. You know who takes it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. One of them. Wow, Mike. Great awesome. Look, I already reset both decks for you. What else do you want me to do? Lazy work. That was it was only a matter of time. I mean, everybody knew that.
Waiting for this guy and you.
Hey, Rudy, can you hang on to this deck?
No, we're
Oh, you're doing
what?
it here?
Yeah, that's me.
What are we doing? Just sitting there. I'm tripped up. I'm doubled up.
I sat there with what, 1.5?
Yeah, why can't I use my card?
Wow. You got a cash app?
Most of us don't have it. So are we still streaming or no?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Just worry about playing. I'm scared. Just kidding, Bubba. What do you say? Why, you told the Jack then? No. So he wins. Small ball that Jack comes suited. I check, flop the Jack, king, hit king to his face, and king spade spade. So he won. So he said. So he said. He's just like he said. Jack comes from the bank where he's home.
Bathroom? Bathroom?
Yeah, I think so.
How do you know? You went and checked?
Oh, I didn't see that. Well, I mean, I shouldn't do that.
You know what you said too, and I kind of, I think I told
True, that guy does kind of better.
He counted like 5.3 billion fish. He goes enough to play with.
Yeah.
Not for long, apparently.
He played.
He played.
Okay. That's not right. This said Jacob had 9 high. These cards are. I know for sure he's taking that long with 9 high. That was the bluff that he said. He said it just showed they had 9 big options for 9 high. So this card's on the right.
You can do dual translation languages.
You didn't even see it.
You can do the Chinese side. JT does the English.
We got Rory.
All right, we're about to get back off this break. A few minutes, a few seconds actually. Tell you what's going on coming up on our live streams. April 13th, we have a 510 no limit hold'em with a $1,500 buy-in, no max. April 20th, we had a 5-5 PLO with a $10 hard rock, $500 minimum, no max. April 27th, the stream will be a 5-5 no limit hold'em, $500 minimum with no max. May 4th, we have a go deep or go home, 5-5 no limit, $5,000 minimum, no max. Must reload if you're less than 2,500. May 10th, we have a mug, a meetup game with Johnny Vives. And then May 11th, Johnny Vives stream will be here. We're at 25.50 no limit hold'em, 5K minimum, no max. May 18th, we'll have Ladies Night with a 5-5 no limit hold'em game. And May 25th, we'll have a 5-5 with a $5 ante, $1,500 minimum, no max. Those are our upcoming streams. Hope you enjoy them. Please watch them. YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitch. Thank you for all the comments in the YouTube chat. We appreciate everybody watching. Please like and subscribe. We got a bunch of I Love Tonys. I want to be like Matthew. I want to be like Mike. Everybody's rooting for someone in the final table. We are down 7-handed. Fish just went out right before the break with ace queen of spades versus aces. Tomorrow night, Monday, we do have our big 50 $10,000 guaranteed tournament. 6 p.m. start. You're allowed 1 rebuy, no add-ons. 20-minute levels.
Thanks a lot, 1-2 Mike.
Chris Ochoa's back in the box. Wow, first hand back, Jacob is going to go all in for $1.2 million.
Liar.
Takes down the blinds. Tony in seat 2 is our chip leader. Rory in seat 1. Hanging in there, doing well. Tony G, who just busted fish with ace queen versus aces. just right before our break. Fish goes out in 8th, taking home $5,600. Tony G has pocket sixes versus Tony. We can't see what his hand is. The card reader must not have picked it up. It was an 8-9 deuce, 2 spades. Tony does bet 400,000. It's on Tony G with pocket sixes. Tony G did move into the chip lead with taking down that hand against Fish. Hoping to take down first place for $43,000. He does make the call. We go to a turn of the 4 of diamonds. The 10 of clubs comes on the river. Joining me in the booth right now is John.
How's it going, JT?
Doing quite well. We just had a knockout before the break, and we're just back on the break, our second or third hand. We have ace, queen of spades against Tony G, waking up with pocket aces.
Oh, boy.
And so Fish was eliminated at 8th spot. Taking home a cool $5,600.
Not a bad day, right?
I'll take it. The card reader didn't pick up Tony's hand, so we're not sure what he's going to show. King, oh, he makes the straight on the river.
Just the nuts.
Tony G is our chip leader, but I believe now Tony is going to be, not Tony G, but Tony.
I've been anxious to get back here. When I saw this final table lineup, it's like, this is going to be a good one.
They're playing quite well.
We got some heavy hitters here, some very good players. Of the ones I know, there's a couple players I don't know, and I'm sure they're excellent players as well.
All right, Matthew is in seat 5. He is our short stack. He's playing quite well. Seat 9 is Ritchie. He got pocket 9s and against pocket 10s earlier tonight. Luckily, he flopped a 9 and held up, and he doubled up, and he's laddered. Because he doubled up through Fish, who just was eliminated. Fish played really well.
I'm impressed, Fish. I
Yeah,
play a lot of poker with Fish. He plays every tournament, so
yeah.
we see Fish a lot.
He definitely has a different demeanor between the lower staked tournaments versus the higher staked
Right.
tournaments, you know?
Right.
But he did a great job finishing where he did through this field of 500 and maybe 35 players.
That's a great job. And then Lazar, I believe, finished in 9th.
Yeah, Lazar went out 9th.
He's always here at the final table. I saw him right before the final table started. He told me he was a little short. So I knew that if he would have got a stack, he'd have been a problem. So how did he bust out? Did he just have to take a stance?
Basically, Tony is seat 2 raised. He shoves with King Jack. And again, Tony G woke up with ace queen offsuit, made the call, no pairs, ace high wins. So
Gotcha.
he eliminated Lazar. Lazar was on the button, so I'm figuring it was, someone has to wake up with a good hand, and ace queen was good enough to call us all in. It wouldn't have knocked out Tony, but his hand held, and now he's second in chips behind Tony with 8.7 million.
The two Tonys, huh?
Yeah. And they're both just taking pots down left and right.
Sure. And then I see Rory is proving that he is more than just a cash game beast.
Rory's very solid.
We all know he's a cash game beast.
Rudy's been playing super solid.
Rudy's a very solid player.
I mean,
I've played with Rudy since this place opened, and always has given me fits at the table, for sure. He can play a patient game. He can play an aggressive game. So, like I said, just a very solid lineup here.
It could definitely be a while before this thing's over. These guys are not getting out of line by any means.
No, but we have a hand building here. See if Rudy opens, which I figured he would with the ace-5. He's going to walk into a mess here.
Anything substantial. And Rory has ace-8 behind that, which, of course, Rudy doesn't know, and Rory doesn't know what's going on. But
yeah, after the 3-bet here, Rory's going to know that ace-8 is no good.
As will Rudy.
And Rudy will as well, sure. Unless Ritchie decides to smooth. He's going to shove.
Yeah, he don't want to see a flop.
Yep. We all know that the kings are ace magnets. Oh, Jacob wakes up with the 10s.
Oh, my goodness. He's gonna get caught in the middle of this thing.
Oh, boy. I didn't even see Jacob. He's a Rounders dealer. Very good player. Always making final tables. Oh, he's got a decision. He knows he doesn't like his spot right here. And what does he have? Is he covered here? 2.4?
Oh,
yeah. He's easily covered.
I think he has to call, though. I don't know. There's a raise and a re-raise.
It's a bad spot.
He might be looking at payouts, chip, how the blinds are going.
You want to take into account what the other stacks have. If you fold here, what's your chances of laddering and getting it in a better spot? And I think that's what he decided. He says, "Well, I hope I'm up against Ace King." And
he does make the call. Rudy does get out of the way. Yeah, Rudy folded ace-5, and it looked like Rory might have folded
ace-8.
Ace-8.
He had ace-8.
So, typically.
What I tell you, ace magnets. That's why he
flops
shoved.
2 pair.
Oh
my God!
Poor Rudy. But what can you do? You're never
gonna call that.
No, you're not gonna call that.
Yeah.
That's the whole. Oh my God! Why did somebody else have to have a hand situation? But
yeah, Ritchie can't limp there. He can't smooth call. He has to put in a raise. Anything other than all in.
If he would have got cute with those kings, he'd have been on the rail as well.
Yeah, you can't when you're that short-handed in a final table. So that's going to put Jacob out in 7th place for $7,700.
Well, good run, Jacob.
You just ran in to a big hand.
That's what happens
on a final table. When you have a big hand, it's like
Jacob's a very solid player, though. I know he definitely would have wanted to win this thing. Everybody wants to win this thing, but nothing to be ashamed of with 7th place in this field.
No, I'm happy for everybody.
Man, it's amazing now how them kings are ace magnets, right?
Yeah.
Even with 2 aces folded, it still showed up on the board.
Right. So it looks like Tony in seat 2 is our chipper with 8.7. And Tony G is in 2nd in seat 6. But Ritchie's been doubling up. And he was the shorter stack, and he's definitely making some hands late. The 9s versus the 10s definitely helping him out, flopping a 9.
So Rudy's under the gun with King Jack off. That's a tough hand to play under the gun.
Yeah, you can't come in light. I noticed a couple guys called earlier, and I think you have to come in every hand raising.
You always got, yeah. You want to
can't
come
on
in with the
final table.
raise because that's going to give you more information. If you get 3-bet, then it's an easy fold, usually, depending on the 3-bet, of course. But he did take that down.
In the
good.
YouTube chat, we got some Go Tony, some
Be specific.
Matthew,
Which Tony? We
go-
have 2 Tonys.
Tony G actually
Yeah.
says, thank you for let me see that. Yeah, go Tony G. Nora says, go Tony G.
Well, both Tonys, just excellent poker players, both of them.
Looks like Matthew's going to raise with the King 10 suited.
Tony G has 8-7 off in the small blind. See, it's interesting what to do there, exactly, because you don't know if that King 10 is definitely a position raise. So you can defend with the 8-7, even in the small, even though you're out of position.
Rudy's not going to play Queen 3 offsuit.
I mean, he's getting a discount, but it's still. He folded. Huh? Yeah, he folded.
Yeah, I mean, you need to hold on to every chip you can
I
at
just
this
saw it.
stage.
I like Rudy's shirt. Was that a Queen Freddie Mercury? I like it.
Oh, my
I like
goodness.
That. Well, that's a great flop for Matthew.
About what?
A 9's going to hurt Tony G.
Oh. Yeah, you wouldn't, yeah.
He does jam.
Yeah, it's a good jam. A lot of equity in that hand, even if Tony has something like a queen, even a Queen Jack. But I mean, with Tony's calling range there, he might have a Jack or a Queen, and you still have equity against it, and otherwise you're going to take that down.
And Rudy would have flopped top pair. You know,
Which
so
that would have been a very tough spot with that weak kicker. That's
Oh,
why you
yeah.
don't play those Queen 3s,
Yeah.
even with the discount.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You got to hold on every chip you
Yeah.
can. You can't get caught up with that, you know.
Now, granted, he could have won that shove, but he would have. I mean, he wouldn't have.
It
known
could
what
have
to
held
do.
up, but you wouldn't want to race with that.
You're gonna race. You're gonna race against a pair and an open ender. You're not in good. You're not in good shape there. Now it looks like it folded around the Rudy with 8-7 suited on a small blind. Blind versus blind. I like that. This one for an open. Yeah, he raised 325. And Ritchie may defend with the 7-5. Nope, he decided to let it go. What are the blind levels? You know, I could pull that up. I could take a look.
75, 150, 75.
Yeah, I like this. This structure is just absolutely amazing today. You know, so much play in this tournament.
Just a matter of time.
Lasted a long time. Yeah, I'm saying that.
Yeah, so the big blind's putting out 225,000 with the small blind putting out 75,000.
Yeah, I noticed they did change the structure for this tournament where the big blind is still posting the ante, but instead of a big blind ante, it's a small blind. It's equivalent to the small blind. So, and I kind of like that.
I like it a lot. I just don't know how it works. Like, I don't know how you typically. I'm so used to it being, you know, the big blind twice versus the big blind and a small blind. So, I guess it just slows the.
It's a little confusing at first, but
Well, I know the big blind, even though they shouldn't look at it this way, a lot of times they look at it, well, I got this much invested
Right.
into the pot, when the antes are for everybody. So
Right.
everybody's paying that, so it's only a small portion of that share. So you're really only in for your big blind. But when someone puts out a big blind and the ante's the same as the big blind, they feel like they're putting out 300,000 versus 150,000, when that 150,000 is not all their money.
I think
So it kind of makes them committed to playing certain hands.
it's a false sense of yeah, I have too much in the pot to fold. But yeah, it's like you said, it's not. It is your money, but you instead of anteing every hand, you're anteing all at once. You can't look at that as your stack.
Right, that's not your money,
Right.
and it might commit you to play a hand that you don't want to play
Right.
because you feel like you got
You're gonna
10 big blinds out there versus
yeah,
two.
you're gonna defend much wider, and could get you in a lot of trouble.
So it looks like Tony G's going to wake up with the King 9 offsuit.
In the hijack. With the chip lead, it is something that he may consider opening with here. And he does. It looks like he's going to take it down. Rudy wakes up with 10s on this hand. So we'll see an open from Rudy here.
Yeah, for sure.
And the hijack. Rory with the king jack offsuit on the button.
Excuse me, everyone.
He's too good of a player to know that. That's
For
not,
sure.
That's not, that's a trap hand. I have nothing invested. Let's just move on to the next one.
Right, you don't want to put, chips out there involuntarily in the final table with very, very marginal hands.
Big line.
Pocket tens. Oh, Rudy gets a king exposed. Oh, don't tell me he's got 2 kings in there. Okay, good. That'd be so sad.
Can't say that's never happened before. No, we only had the jack 3, so he might have had king jack at best. It doesn't look like we have. Very good hands here. Folding around. Tony has a queen 10 on the button. I'm sure, yeah, he'll open with that. He gets called by ace 5, and now we got the 2 chip leaders going to a flop, and Tony G hits the 5. Probably.
See what little Tony does. Little Tony does make the call.
Doesn't make a call. He's gonna float. He's gonna float and see. Now with the check.
Oh, he catches up.
Yeah, I was gonna say with the check, he's probably gonna bet in position anyway. But now he caught the 10 and he put a bet out there for value.
How can you not call? He bet 150 and then 1.3 million. Is he trying to induce a raise?
There's a lot. Yeah. Tony's like, what happened here? There's not a lot he can be bluffing with, though, because that flop, what did he call with on the flop? There's not much there. 3-4, he didn't open with 3-4, so well, how many bluffs can he catch here? I think that's what he's trying to figure out. And he's like, did he really hit the 10 on me on the river?
He's going to look him up.
He's got to look it up. He's curious. He's got to see what the heck he got called with on the flop and realized the bad news. But you know what? He gets a lot of information there too. So sometimes when you can afford that call, go ahead and make that call.
Well, Tony looks like he's going to show his hand anyways.
Yeah.
He has to win it with a queen 10, so I might as well get some value out of it.
Yeah.
He can't bet a lot and get called. He bet the very minimum.
But
and if I got to show my hand anyways, you're going to pay to see it.
Yeah. But
So-
my point being with Tony G there, because there's not a lot of bluffs that he's catching there. So he has to pay it off just to say, what did you call me with on the flop?
Right.
I don't think you had a king. And so he just saw the bad news. Oh, Tony G has ace king suited here against the king
And
queen.
Matthew has king queen offsuit. The button's going to raise a small blind.
Sure. I mean, that's pretty standard there.
Does Matthew want to race with this
Matthew's,
chip stack?
Matthew's going to be put in a tough spot here because he's not going to know if Tony is just being a bully, with his blind, because knowing that Matthew can open light. So he doesn't know if Tony's just being a bully here or if he has a legitimate hand.
He's wondering if Tony G might have a small pair.
Right.
And he's got 2 overcards, but I think he's going to let it go. He's played
Yeah.
super solid tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that's just spots where you just have to give it up.
Yeah.
But you don't like it. You don't like it because you feel like you're getting bullied. But in this case, he was not getting bullied. He was smashed.
Well, how do you feel about this? David Leach wants to know, do you get more play because of the smaller ante and because of the 40-minute levels?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. This tournament's played so much deeper than I mean, the big tournaments we have here are great tournaments, and they have plenty of play. But I feel like these tournaments, this tournament in particular, has just had a phenomenal amount of play due to the structure.
Looks like the Hammers let us know that the dealers have dealt over 20,000 minutes in this tournament.
Was that Hammer?
Yeah.
Hammer, you guys have done a fantastic job. Let me tell you, I am just, this is the first big tournament that I've been able to peek behind the curtain, so to speak. I got to work a little bit of this tournament. Jack has done an amazing job. He's a tournament director. These dealers have done fantastic. Everything about this tournament, I mean, I am just impressed beyond words with how well things are run. And, man, you guys are top, man. Top in my book for sure.
Right.
Just a fantastic job, guys.
Looks like we got a little over 14 minutes left at this level.
Tony G's waking up with some nice playing, nice starting hands. Hands he definitely, as a big stack, can definitely open with and see flops with. And Rudy's got 6s. Where are we at? Yeah, I mean, he's still got plenty of play, so he doesn't have to. Doesn't have to jam here.
No, he doesn't want to jam.
No.
He's looking at Matthew stack 2, saying, Matthew has 600,000, under $1 million. He's got 2.2 million.
I mean, this is a spot where Rudy could actually just fold because he knows that Tony has the chips to mess with them. So
he could double up or double out,
Yeah. I mean, there's also on the flip side that if you hit something against Tony, you could get some chips from him. So,
but Rudy has nothing invested in his hand.
Right.
Nothing.
So, there's nothing. I was going to say there's no wrong play here. There's no wrong play from Rudy, and he probably hates that fold.
Right,
but it's not wrong.
It's a right fold.
It's not a wrong fold. I mean, even though he was ahead, you're just you're tangling not only the chip leader, but a chip leader that knows how to play this game.
Sure. Mm-hmm. And you got Matthew in seat 5. He's looking nonchalant, but he's playing perfect right now.
Yes.
He's raised and folded, even though he's got a short stack. He felt he was in harm's way when Tony G, moves them all in. And he lets it go. He's playing super good.
Let's see, even A7 now in the hijack. Tony can open with that.
Matthew's going to shove.
Matthew shoved. We didn't see his cards. And that changes Tony's opinion of his hand. But
someone has to wake up with something right now, too. I mean, it's 900,000, just under $1 million chips. But
Ace deuce.
He's coming into the blinds. He's going to take down the blind, so
Yeah.
he gets to see another orbit.
The suited ace deuce, but yep, go with it. Why not? We're a little lagging behind the action. We'll see the hands right now. I guess Tony G folded. Rudy looks, is that Rudy? Yeah. It's going to open with, I'm guessing he's got a big ace, Rudy. And Tony looked like he came in. Did he repop him? Having little trouble following the action. It looks like he repopped him.
Right.
Yeah, Rudy rose to 350. Okay, he had a medium ace, but suited. Yeah. Tony's aggressive.
Yeah.
I've played a lot with Tony. And he picks those spots where he's going, and more often than not, he's right. Like right now,
But-
that ace-7 can't really hold up.
Right. Well, what he knows is that if Rudy raises and he makes a move, Matthew's going to get out of the way,
Yeah.
and then Rudy's going to fold and give away those chips based on Matthew's chip count. Because he doesn't want. I mean, he goes out 6, it's $10,000. He goes out 5th, it's $12,500.
Yeah.
Another $2,500. But still, you don't want to go out and not have the chance with the $43,000 sitting in first place, having the opportunity to take that down.
But that was a very good 3-bet there. I mean, he just knew, and he has a knack for knowing when to make those plays. I've played a lot of poker with him as well, and he plays aggressive, but controlled aggressive, and he just knows his spots.
When he's sitting on 9.7
Yeah,
million chips.
but he gets those chips just from knowing where he is and picking those spots correctly,
Right.
and then running well when he needs to, of course. But
Catching cards.
we all have to run well.
Matthew with
Now we
ace
gotta
4.
Oh, he chose not to raise that hand, and he flops bottom pair.
Against a gutter ball.
He kind of
And
opens the
2
door here
overcard.
for Tony to take it away from him, though.
Can he check shove?
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Your bottom pair.
There he
And
goes.
he does.
Check shove.
He does. Nice read, Matthew.
He's got a pair, and he knows he can catch a ace or a 4, definitely to.
And for Tony, it's not a lot of his. I mean, look, it's only 550 more. And he's got a gutter ball, and his overs may be good, and they are good. So he's got a lot more equity in his hand than he probably even thinks he has. Obviously, if he could see the cards, he would call in a heartbeat. But, the range of hands that he's putting Matthew on, it probably he might be thinking that Matthew might be blocking some of his outs. Like he might have a 9-10 or something like that.
He goes, if he's got a 6 or a 4, I got 2 overcards. If he got the 9,
Yeah.
I got 1 overcard. Maybe the equity's not there for a 9.
Right. Like I said, if he could see the hand, he'd snap call this. But he's
for sure.
He's more worried like a hand of 9-10. A 9-10 has him smash pretty good.
Rudy,
Yeah.
Rudy, see 7's begging for a call,
Yeah.
But then if he doubles up, the blinds are 75,000, 150 for the big blind. The big blind's also paying 75,000 for the antes. So ICM here, John. The
Would I say him or would I? Is that what you're saying?
how's it play into this right now?
Well, basically, ICM is you take the number of chips that are in play and each.
It just breaks down what everybody can get.
Basically,
money-wise.
your chips become cash value.
Right.
And so the more chips you have, the more percentage of the overall pot you get. when you do a chop. Normally, ICM favors the shorter stacks.
Sure, right now.
Yeah.
So you don't want to ICM right now with 2 short
No.
stacks, even if they would consider. I think they're playing it down.
I wouldn't.
For sure.
I wouldn't ICM, and I mean, not that I'd ever be in a spot like this, because I'm not good enough. But yeah, when I'm playing for this much money on the table, I'm happy with whatever.
The ace 10, the 10 does play.
Yeah, just curious to see if somebody takes a stab at this. They don't. No. So what is we're 7 left, right? Or 6 left. We're 6 left. So what's the next payout?
6th place gets 10,000
Yes.
smooth.
See, I'm not going to ICM because you know what? If I go out in 6 with $10,000, I'm going out and partying anyway. So
Right.
it's like it doesn't make much difference to me. So why give up that chance for 40? What's up top? 46 tonight or
43,000.
43 up top? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not giving up that chance for 43 when I'm perfectly happy with 10.
$150 to play.
Joseph told us don't forget about the backdoor flush that Tony G could have had.
Oh,
against-
absolutely. He had the backdoor flush equity. He had all kinds of equity. Like I said, if he could have seen the hand, he would have snapped it. But he's more worried about some blockers on that hand that would have killed his equity.
Ritchie takes it down with ace king suited.
Not a bad hand.
There's our payouts. 43,000 for first. That was pretty quick.
Just a tease.
Yeah, 43,000 for first. 28,500 for second. 19,400 for third. $15,175 for fourth. 12,500 for fifth. A smooth $10,000 for sixth. That's where we're at. Next person now is going to get a smooth $10,000.
Now it's folding around. Ritchie has a king 10 of hearts. Did he open with that? Oh, no. Rudy's on the button first. King 6. He could get frisky with that, but I doubt it. Okay. Ritchie will probably make, small blind versus blind. King 10 is a very good hand. He's going to shove. Okay.
Wow.
I didn't expect him to shove, but then again, he had Rory covered. So
for sure.
That's why he's putting Rory at risk. He's not putting himself at
Close
risk.
to 2-1. So
Yeah.
couple people in our chat think it's going to be Little Tony versus Tony G.
That
Well, they have all the chips right now, but
was,
hey, the last time I watched the final table when I was watching this,
I was with you.
the short stack
I was with you.
took it down.
What that was, I mean,
David took it
we saw
down.
what happened, but
Yeah.
and it had nothing to do with, had nothing to do with anybody playing bad. It was just everybody played well, and David took it down. He got lucky when he needed to, and he picked up hands when he needed to. But Tony versus Tony is not a bad prediction because they are two great poker players, and they got the chips, and that would be a hell of a heads-up battle. Let me tell you. Rory's all in with the eights. That's a good spot to go. He might get looked up with the ace-10 here. If Ritchie can if Ritchie can decide that he's in a flip situation, he may call, but he's probably like a little more worried about, ace queen, ace king, ace jack, obviously. But what he's really hoping is Rory has like nines or eights, the exact hand that he has. That's not an easy call with ace-10.
I think it's let's go.
Yeah, it's not an easy call. You can't, Especially Rory seems like he's been sitting back and being patient. And we know he's not going to just stick it in with any two. So,
Right. I think ace queen's a snap for him. You know,
yeah.
ace 10 is just
No, ace 10 is
a little
dominant.
light.
Ace 10 is dominated in too many spots. Way too many spots.
You're watching the final table of the $200,000 marathon guaranteed Freezeout. Please like and subscribe. We appreciate all your support, all your kind words in the comments, any suggestions you can make. We love reading them. Joseph, Donna, thank you for your comments. Yes, very happy for Jacob. He did quite well.
I wasn't surprised to see him there. He does very well on these things.
I don't think that's Freddie Mercury on that shirt. I think it's actually Rudy.
Is it Rudy?
I think it's Rudy.
Well, I like it. I like it, Rudy.
Rory got his all-in through earlier.
So Tony with the queen jack. Yeah, did he open and take it down? Yeah. We're a little behind the action, but that's what I kind of expected him to open that hand. Oh, he went all in. Oh, he shoved on the short stack is what he did. Okay. Makes sense.
Rudy's getting a good solid count on his chips, figuring out where he's at, what the blinds are going to be doing pretty soon.
Yeah, because he's under the gun right now, so he knows he's the blind's next hand. And if he's got a decent hand here, ace 4 diamonds, he's trying to decide.
Is this the hand I want to
Yeah, do I want to put
make
it
a
in
move with? Yeah.
and hope it gets around? Or
Can
do
he
I,
raise and everybody fold is what he wants to know.
Yeah, because he's paying blind's next hand, so this might.
He has to make it a third of his stack, basically.
He threw a raise in there, right?
Yeah,
Yep,
300,000. But little Tony's going to wake up with sixes.
Yeah, so if Rudy would have shoved under the gun, I think Tony
He gets
would've
looked
him
up for sure.
Yeah.
Skitty just raised, able to see a flop.
Tony elected to just call him this time. Last time he three-bet him.
He hits a 4.
He does hit the 4, but he's not going to feel. If Tony puts any pressure on Rudy, he's not going to like it. So it's a tough spot for Rudy. What's he going to do here? I think he might just go with it.
He did.
Yeah.
There are 2 overcards to Tony's sixes. I don't think Tony's going to be able to call.
Now
He can. Of course, he has
Yeah.
9.1 million. It's only
and Rudy doesn't hate that flop at all because
he does have a pair.
well, that Tony's calling range does have some jacks in it. It doesn't have a lot of 4s and 7s in it. So basically, Rudy's just saying, I hope you didn't call me with king jack, queen jack.
Right. You don't have a jack.
Jack 10. Basically anything else, he knows that he's probably ahead. But then again, Tony's actually ahead in this spot. but it's tougher for sixes to make this call.
He is going to look him up. He might.
I thought he pump faked me.
Wow, that
he
was.
Pump faked me.
Did he get a read from Rudy?
I thought he had it in there. I thought it was going in. Nice job.
He's got to put Rudy on a pair, whether it's the 7 or jack. He can't. I don't think he's going to put him on the 4, shoving with air. Final table.
And there's not a lot of bluffs. Again, there's no flush draw out there, and Rudy's not raising under the gun with a 5-6.
Wow.
At least that's
Rudy's
especially since he's blocking 5-6.
Rudy's getting this through.
Yeah. So there's not a lot of bluffs that Rudy really has here that Tony can beat, except, as we can see, he's got the one hand that basically he can beat.
Rudy raised pre-flop. Maybe he's saying he's got 10s. He shoved me with a jack, but thinking if I don't have a jack, I can't call him.
Yeah.
But
there's so much. Again, there's
he's
so much.
Again, going, I got 6s. There's 2 overcards. He raised pre-flop. He could have raised with ace jack.
Right.
Does he have ace queen, ace king?
Does he have ace king?
Yeah.
That's what's going through his mind right now. Does he have ace king, ace queen?
He's going to fold. He did fold.
Yeah.
Rudy, great play.
Yeah.
That was a great play, Rudy.
See, the board texture for Rudy really worked out for him there.
Right.
Because, like I said, there's not a lot of bluffs he has there. a hand like 5-6 would shove there, but Tony's got 2 6s, and with the raise coming under the gun, Rudy's not raising with 5-6. So,
Right.
so really, it's a jack or nothing most of the time, or some kind of overpair. So, good read, Rudy. And even though Tony folded the best hand, it was still a good read. I mean, can't fault that fold.
It was a great play. Rudy had no other option. And Tony's probably thinking, whatever the flop is, he's going to shove on me. When he did, he's like, wow, really? Do I want to double him up?
Let him in one time.
He's getting 300,000.
No.
Because the blinds,
I was thinking I might watch it. Better in there than out here. Yeah, you might not want to.
That was well played.
Sound off.
A lot of
that's what it
me.
takes late in
Okay,
this tournament.
I was going to say a lot of players. Me would have checked that 4, and then probably Tony would have taken that pot away from me. So that's why that was such a good play by Rudy as well.
Oh, wow. Someone says the pump fake is a bush league. So I don't know what that means. Was he worried that...
I don't think that was a no. I don't think that was a pump fake like to induce. It just looked like to me it looked like he was about to call or he was thinking of calling and then he just decided not to. That's what I thought. I mean, again, we're watching it. It's real quick. I mean, we could go back and study it, of course, but in my initial reaction, it looked like he just had second thoughts at the last second. I don't think it was anything intentional, and I'm sticking to it.
Right. I didn't know you could pump fake and
no, because he didn't make a forward motion and bring it to the line and come back.
No, he just cut out the chips.
He cut out the chips, and it looked like he was. No, I don't want to do it. And besides, I've played a lot of poker with Tony. I don't know him to be that kind of player at all.
No, a super nice guy.
Very nice guy.
Rudy gets another pot. So catching those blinds is going to help him out. It gives him another round. Still got... We just switched levels. 100,000, 200,000 with a $100,000 ante.
Yeah, we still got plenty of play in this. I mean, obviously we got a couple of short stacks, but we still have plenty of play up top.
They still have close to 20 big blinds, I guess. 15, 20.
Rory might be getting a little frustrated, saying, come on, I'm a little card dead here.
They're waiting for Matthew.
Yeah, that's the other thing, too. Rory doesn't really want to make a move. Right. Maybe he'd want to make a move with that hand, but he's like, well, I'm not, ICM purposes is a real thing. And Rory is a very smart player, so he knows his ICM considerations here. So he's not going to just throw it in there with the short stack. He's going to force the short stack to either have to double before he makes a move, or he's going to ladder up, and then he's going to make his move.
Well, the blind's about to come through Matthew now, so he's got to pick a spot, maybe. He's sitting on, what, 5 big blinds?
I think that's what it was, yeah. Let's see if this is the hand for him. Nope, 4-3.
No, 4-3 is not. He could wake up with aces, too, in the big blinds. So, I mean, he's just got to be patient. I mean, 5 big blinds is going to get called by most hands out there.
See if
both Tonys have, 7 and 9 million respectively, and
so Ritchie just called with the Jack 10. Now, see, that's the spot when we're just talking about ICM. He can shove. I think you can shove on Rory there because Rory's going to fold everything but absolute monsters. You got him covered.
He's got 2 overcards to the board plus the gut shot straight draw.
And instead, yeah.
And the 8 hurts Rory because Rory makes the bottom end.
Yeah.
And if a 2 or 3 comes off,
but like yeah, I'm a little
oh, the
surprised
ace
he
came on the
just
turn. We didn't see that.
yeah, I was a little surprised he limped the Jack 10 there. But it's not a horrible play by any means. It's just conservative. And
Yeah.
it looks like it went check, and
Yeah.
Rory's going to get some much needed chips there.
Pair of sixes.
Whereas where I think if like I said, you raise blind versus blind there, you take that pot down.
Yeah, 900,000.
Oh, you're not gonna let
They
him
don't let
off.
him.
I can't think of a more perfect thing for him. Like,
Oh my god, that's just great. Why is he not on the radio?
Podcast. Yeah.
Rudy's with sixes
Yeah.
in the cutoff.
And that's what Tony had against him. And Tony ended up folding. Little technical difficulty there for a second.
Yeah, we missed that last hand. We had a little difficulties. Rudy, we saw had the sixes. I'm assuming he's still in the tournament, so he might have taken it down.
I am sad. Where'd you get a spike up for?
Well, Matthew's going to be in the big blind here. And he's sitting on just under 1 million in chips. So he needs to take this one down. I wonder if he's just thinking maybe I just ladder maybe one more time, or is he waiting? I guess something playable.
Yeah, I mean, you've played this much poker. You're not going to just stick it in for it, with 9 deuce offsuit just because you got a few big blinds left.
We did see the short stack take down all the big stacks.
And look, Matthew did wake up with a hand. He does have the Jack 10 suited. So look, it looks like he
did go all in.
He went all in. He took it down. And sometimes, and that's good too. Everybody says, "Well, I don't want to wait for my big blinds. I don't have enough in there." But then you pick up a hand, you just shove it, and
right.
and you still take it down.
If
and
you
now
get
he's
blind
back,
versus blind,
and now he's caught himself in another orbit.
Because you're not just going to shove just because someone raises and you got to call because you're short stack.
Yeah.
But when you get blind versus blind, you shove against the small blind who limps in, and they don't have enough chips to call without crippling themselves if they don't make it.
Rory with the king 9 off. Now see, I bet you if there was not a short stack there in the hijack, he might have went with that hand, or at least opened with it.
Blind versus blind. Oh wow, Matthew has him. Tony G covered, but Tony G's got 7 million, almost 8.
But Matthew got to pick such a good spot here. He doesn't know it, but he picked a good spot.
He wants to take it down, and he does.
He does.
He gets 300,000.
But I mean, even if Tony got frisky there and said, "Well, I got connectors, and I got the chips," he still Matthew picked a perfect spot because he had him dominated. But Matthew's got a little more, enough now that he doesn't want, Tony's not going to just give him chips.
Rory Sr. says my son's doing well tonight. Your son's doing great tonight, Rory Sr. Thanks for watching.
He's a stud. He is a stud, both at the cash tables and, like you said, he's showing, hey, I can do it in tournaments too. Doesn't it make you a little sad, a guy like Rory? I've been playing poker longer than he's probably been alive, and he's like 10 times the player I am. I mean, it's just...
He's not scared.
Nope, not at all. He's got 4s here, but he's under the gun. It's not a great spot to be. Yeah, that's what I expect from him.
Small pocket pairs, you gotta let go.
And like I said, ICM considerations right now. Tony, of course, with more chips, can open with the ace-10 suited, which I would always expect. And is going to take it down.
The buy-in for this tournament was $500, and the total pool prize was $227,375.
Not too shabby.
Thank you, chatters.
And remember, this was a freeze-out, so you didn't have rebuys and add-ons to feed the prize pool.
Right, we had 535 players.
Yeah.
Today we started with 65 players on Sunday, and we're down to the final 6.
I'm actually impressed because we were making predictions out there when we would actually start this final table and when it would end, and I actually expected it to go a lot longer. So I'm actually happy how early we're here. Now, see, Matthew has the 4s here, and he lets it go. I thought maybe he would shove from the hijack.
Like I said, the small bottom pair just can't. I mean, I think with 8s and higher, they're going to jam if they're.
Yeah.
But anything.
But position and chip stack, and then maybe didn't really have 4s. Maybe we read the cards wrong. You never know.
Yeah, card reader could be off. Jack 8 against 9-7.
So what happened?
So it's a small blind versus a big blind.
And
Holy cow!
And they both hit. They both hit, and they both check.
Now Roy's got more equity with a spade draw.
Yeah, so Rory's not going to go anywhere if Ritchie decides to bet here. But I think Rory will throw a bet out. Okay, so we went bet call. See what we get on the river.
Oh my goodness.
And Rory gets there.
Rory sees
but
the car.
that ace may save. I mean, I don't know if Ritchie's going to pay off a bet here. You know, he's got there. You know, I don't think he really puts Rory on the ace because, you know, Rory just limped or he checked his option. I don't think he's real scared of the ace, but in the back of his mind, there's not a lot out there that he can beat. So let's see if Rory can get any value. I don't think he can, though. Maybe a very small, you know, he might be able to get some thin value here.
Taking this long.
Oh yeah, he's not going to act fast. He's got to figure out what Ritchie has.
He's overbetting like a.
Yeah, so that's a very interesting bet, and that is a good bet because he wants to make it look like he's stealing.
Trying to steal. Exactly.
He wants to make it look like he's stealing. And that's
Ritchie is thinking that too.
He got the reaction he wanted, but he let it go. Good read by Ritchie. But that's the thing in that spot. If you don't think you can get small value, then you might as well go for the whole. You know, try to overbet it, and see if you can trick him into thinking you're bluffing, and that's the key. Next time you bluff, make the same bet and you bluff, and you're bluffing this time, and you take it down.
Matthew's up to 1.7. He's got some I can hurt you chips.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got ace nine
Ace nine of
suited.
spades.
My God, he's gonna
Yep,
show.
there it goes.
Oh, Rudy's got
the
ace queen.
But when the stacks
He's
are
calling.
this close, yeah, he's got to call.
He folded ace queen offsuit earlier.
But you know what? Ace queen is such a trap hand. You know how I think I've mentioned this before so many times. Ace king seems to be the hand that shoves on me, but I think ace queen needs to find a call here just because Matthew's range is much wider than it would normally be.
Yeah, he's gonna need a call.
Yeah,
He makes a good call.
of course.
We see one of his nines is out of play.
And then
So
nobody
it's
else wakes up a hand, so we're gonna get an all-in showdown here.
Ace queen, ace nine. He's got to fade spades and a nine.
And Matthew's at risk and behind.
But I've seen a lot of people
Oh,
behind.
spade in the window.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Pretty safe run out for Rudy, and
Ace queen.
Rudy's going to take it down, and Matthew is eliminated.
Matthew finishes sixth with $10,000. Congratulations, Matthew. You played super well tonight.
Very well done.
Played really well. Just got caught up with ace nine versus ace queen. That really helps Rudy. It
Rudy's
wasn't a double up, but it was close.
Rudy's got some chips now.
He's got about $5 million. He had 2 point something going in the hand. He had 1.7. So he's right at $5 million. Tony G becomes the big blind. So be putting out 200, 100 for the ante. So now fifth place is going to get $12,500, but you're only 5 players away from $43,000.
That's pretty nice.
I think that's awesome. I mean, I'm happy for all these guys. They play here all the time. They're all friendly to everybody.
Oh, you can ask for a better group of guys.
I think he just folded around and Tony G took it down. Yeah. So it looks like Ritchie is our short stack with 2.6 million. Rory's in fourth place with 3.3. Rudy's going to be in third place with roughly 5 million. And then Tony G is sitting on about 7.6 million. And Little Tony, our chip leader, is sitting right just under 10 million in chips. Oh, Tony's got, 8.6.
Tony with ace nine, the small blind.
So Tony G and Little Tony are neck and neck.
They're neck and neck, and they're sitting right next to each other.
And Rudy's up to 4.3. I thought it was closer to 5, but it's 4.3 million. But he needed that double up or close to double up. Because Ritchie in seat 9, he's sitting on, what did we say he was sitting on, like 3.5?
It was 2.7.
Oh, 2.7.
And Rory had 3.5.
Oh, Rory's in fourth.
And Rory can open up his game a little bit now because he did get the ladder, and he does have a little more chips in front of him. But under the gun, Queen 10 offsuit obviously doesn't want to play that. Now that we're 5-handed,
No, he's playing perfect right
we
now.
may see some later opens that we are seeing 5-handed, but he's in a bad spot. Rory's also in a bad spot because he's got the 2 chip leaders acting after him.
Right.
So, and he's smart enough to know that, and he's smart enough to conserve those chips.
I'm sure his VPIP is low. So there you can see the chip counts. Ritchie 2.7, Rory 3.3, Rudy, 4.2. And both chip leaders are 7 respectively. 9 and 7.6.
Nobody getting much anything here.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of folding here in the next, unless they wake up with hand over hand. I mean, we saw Ace 9 versus Ace Queen was like the strongest 2 hands in a while that really had confrontation.
Yeah, again, the structure of the tournament allows you to fold more, and that's not a bad thing. Sometimes in tournaments, I've always said the tournaments that I run deep in is when I fold a lot because I'm not making hands, so I'm able to save chips.
Right, and don't forget Monday night at 6 p.m. tomorrow, we have the Big 50 for 10,000 guarantee, $125 buy-in, $25 registration fee, and another. If you bust, you get able to rebuy for $125. There are no add-ons, and the levels are 20 minutes. I'll be here tomorrow night playing.
That's a good tournament.
Yep.
Ace Queen for Rudy.
Let's see. It'll make it like 375 to open. He's not calling.
200.
He's not
The
calling.
blind's 200, so he's got to go
Okay,
at least
he
450.
makes it 5.
I was
Yeah,
going to say
okay.
I had to go at least
Yeah.
4, but yeah.
Oh,
it was
yeah, that's
450
right.
to 5. And gets no resistance. Nobody has anything.
The blinds are 1,
Take
2.
it down.
I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rudy's doing well. He was the short stack coming in.
Was he?
Yeah. Let me see. When we started tonight, Little Tony in seat 2 was our chip leader.
Right.
He
I
started
saw
out-
the amount of chips he had when watching out there.
Matthew, who just got eliminated, was our short stack, and then Rudy was the next short stack.
Okay.
So Rudy's done quite well. He's laddered up, 4 spots.
And again, not much anything. Tony wakes up with pocket 3s.
He's going to take a little aggressive line with the 3s.
Yeah, blind versus blind action.
Then takes it down. He just shows, I got 3s. I'm not stepping out of line.
I'm going to raise my pair because it's my small blind versus a random hand. I'm pretty sure I'm ahead.
Right. I won't get out flat by just limping in.
And if by some chance I'm not winning, I'm sure I'll hear it. I'll definitely get some action back. Because Tony G doesn't want to really get out of line against Tony because they're the 2 chip leaders.
Yeah, they got to be careful.
Rory with the Jack 9 and a cutoff. I wonder. Nope. I'm going to fold it. Again, with the 2 chip leaders on your.
How aggressive
left.
can the button be with
It's tough
7
to-
deuce? Now,
See, this is the Tony I know.
but the card reader could be off
No. He'll make that raise.
with 7-2.
He'll make that raise. I mean, he'll know where he stands. He knows he's playing position there. Yeah, he's playing position there. He's playing his position. He knows Tony G's not going to call him without a hand, and Rudy can't call him without a hand either. He's just playing his position, and I've seen him make those moves, and with those type of hands, and he either flops well or he gets out of it, or he takes the blinds down, and that is that's a good move. I don't hate it at all,
Right.
and it works well for him. And if we were playing the 7 deuce game, he made some money.
Right.
So what's he coming in here this time? With the king deuce suited. And the cutoff. Let's see if Rudy says, stop bullying me. I have an ace.
Yeah, he is.
He did say stop bullying me. I'm calling. Oh, no, Tony just called. I thought he raised. My bad. I thought he had opened there. So we got 3-way to a flop. Oh, look at that flop.
Goodness. That's so dirty.
Look at that flop. And Rudy has a diamond blocker, but he doesn't like it. Nobody flopped much of anything, so he's got to see if Tony's got to see if somebody can catch up here. And Ritchie did hit a 10.
Wow, Ritchie does make
Ritchie hits a 10, so Tony might be able to get some very thin value here.
Wow, don't
Don't do it.
400,000.
Expect Tony to just smooth here. Right, Ritchie, bet 400? Yeah. So, yeah, Tony's going to just smooth, exactly. And then he's going to
A
see.
low card come out. Okay.
That's not a bad card for Tony to get value, though, because Ritchie doesn't hate that jack coming out. He could think he might check here, and then Tony can fire, and Ritchie might think he has something, just an ace of diamonds, and we'll call him, so he can get some value here. But he's going to lead instead.
And he's gonna feel the pain
He's
of a
going to
raise.
lead, and he's going to get shoved. He's going to, yep.
Manny.
Tony's.
See, he's gonna raise. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Tony got max value out of this hand. He was a good check on the flop and was able to get Ritchie to check up. And then, like I said, that board,
Even though the board paired, he wasn't scared.
No, and that river jack, Ritchie didn't really, he didn't put Tony on the jack. So, in that case, it was actually a good card. I kind of expected Ritchie to just check call, though. That's how I kind of expected it to go. I didn't expect him to put out a bet because you put yourself in a bad spot there when Tony does exactly what Tony does. Because he's not calling with any hand that is going to lose to a 10.
He asked for a count, too. They're breaking it down.
Well, Ritchie might think he's being bluffed here. I mean, that's, like I said, an ace of diamonds might pull that
folded,
bluff.
Yeah, he folded. Well, that was a good fold.
That was a good fold.
But you know you're behind if someone's going to check raise you. I mean, he could have just the dry ace, but
I mean, he could have bluffed with the dry ace. You can't put it past him, but
he could also get a better 10.
Yeah. Or he may have had the jack all along.
Yep.
I thought I had 2 aces.
Yeah.
I misread my hand.
And how many? Tony chipped up pretty good there now, so he's up to 11 million.
He has a big pot. He's sitting on 9.
Tony G in the cutoff of his. I would see if Rudy opens here with the queen 10 on the button. I would assume he will.
One of the chatters says, you know, if little Tony starts laughing, you're in trouble. He's in the zone.
He's in the zone. He really is in the zone. But I've never seen Tony not in the zone.
He's going to be tough to beat. It's going to be interesting when they get heads up with whoever and how they're going to start playing a little more hands against each other of super low hands or marginal hands,
It'll just be, because it's not going to be just a all in a shove. They're going to be playing some poker when they get heads up, so it's going to be fun to watch.
It's not going to be a raise, fold, raise, fold, raise, fold. They'll be playing back at each other.
Tony G under the gun with the queen 8. Says nope. Rudy with the jack deuce. Not going to like that. Ritchie 5-4 offsuit. Says I only got 1.2 million. I hate that. And Rory says, little Tony's a little crazy. I'm not going to play my 6-3. So Tony gets a walk.
Essentially the same thing. Yeah, right.
Rory with King Jack on the button. I expect to see something here. Yeah. Ooh, and of course he walks into two hands because A7 isn't a great hand standard, but when the button opens, you can 3-bet here with A7. But did he fold?
Yeah, E7's gone. It's Ace Jack we're worried about.
Yeah. Ace Jack suited, and Tony G's not going to fold this. He might just defend, but he's definitely not going to fold. He did 3-bet him, 1.2 million.
I think
kinda-
Rory's going to lay it down.
Yeah, I mean it's a 6-spot for Rory. He's been playing tight. He's been playing. He's not getting out of line, and it's a spot where are the big stacks picking on me because they know that I'm good enough to lay these hands down, or do they have legitimate hands? And of course, Tony did have a legitimate hand there, but it's a frustrating spot to be in because you're playing well, you're being patient. You pick up a hand on the button, which you have to open with, and then you get 3-bet, and it's just really just deciphering whether or not you're getting bullied or they have hands. And the smart money is to just say, you know what, I'm waiting for. Hopefully, I get that when I have the aces next time. Now Rory has 10s. He likes that a lot better than King Jack. Oh, he just shoved it. He had 2.4 million. Oh, Tony G has 8s.
Oh, wow.
And he laid it down. I'm telling you, Tony's no joke. He knew he wasn't just racing. He knew he was beat. Good lay down. He knows, and he also knows he doesn't want to give 2.8 million chips to Rory just in a flip situation because Rory will do a lot of damage with those chips if he gets them.
Right. So Ritchie becomes a big blind, and he has the short stack right now at the final table.
It 10s again? Ace
No,
King?
no,
No,
card
that
reader
had to
got
be
the
a card
off.
reader. There's no
Yeah.
way he's folding 10s.
Right.
Thank you. Tony has the Ace King. And it's just a matter of what he's going to raise. He raises a 4. So just a min raise. With Rudy called with defending with the 7-5 suited. Not a bad defend. Ooh, this
could get ugly.
is a scary flop. Rudy's going to act first. Now I wonder if he's going to lead here, just hoping to either just take it down or to at least buy himself less than what he would have to You know, he could put out a nice defensive bet here, so and then see where he's at.
I think
We know Tony's not going anywhere, but
excuse me.
it looked like he made him. Did he check? No, he went all in.
All in and a
And
call.
it snapped. He got snapped. So, and he hits the 7, and he hits,
Oh, wow.
and that's it for Rudy.
Yep. Rudy made a play, hoping to get the flush.
And that's an argument when you hear people say all the time, well, it only costs me, I'm already in, let me defend, and then you flop like that. And I'm not saying that it was a bad defend at all. I defend with 7-5 all day there, but that's the logic there. And then you hit the flop that hard,
But
not hard enough.
I look at it like this, right? I'm in the big blind. Cost me $200,000, but it could cost me all my chips to lose when I know someone's super short.
That's what you got to look
You
at.
have to think about laddering up.
Right.
The $200,000 you lost in the big blind doesn't hurt you.
Yeah.
The $3 million you lost to
Yeah.
get knocked out, eliminated from the tournament, that hurt you.
But yeah, that was just sick to flop that way.
Because
And Rudy, great tournament, man. Great tournament. Great player, great tournament. What did he go home with?
12,500.
That'll help ease the pain a little bit, right?
But
I mean,
43,000 is
I
there.
agree.
You can fold. You can fold
I
200,000.
agree.
2 green chips did not hurt you.
Well, he could have let out like 600,000, and then if Tony shoves, you throw up in your mouth and you lay it down. You know,
You could
do that, but there's so many things you could do. But guess what, JT? He was there. He made it. We did it.
He did it. No, he picked it. He picked his spot.
He picked his spot, and it didn't work out.
Wow, look at this. Do I see what I see?
Is this flush versus flush? Oh, wow. With the 2 chip leaders? Are you kidding me? Oh, wow.
Can he raise with a queen high flush? He just called.
What a smart call.
Goodness gracious. The new chip leader.
But well, it was the second nuts. The king of clubs was out there. Wow, what if he did raise there? Oh, my goodness. That could have got super ugly. But, I mean, you also know that's a spot where you know, hey, you could have it. I'm just going to smooth here. I'm not going to get any value if I raise most of the time because he doesn't know he has the jack high flush. I mean, maybe he's a little sick inside knowing he has a jack high flush that he could have raised, but there you just smooth and take your chips and move on. But, wow, that could have got really brutal. And now he just picks up kings.
Oh, my goodness.
That's it, just kings.
The run good for the final table is about to go off.
But the question is, will somebody pick up something that he can at least get some value out of these kings? Now, we already know an ace is going to flop if we see one, because that's just how it rolls with kings.
We got a couple of comments on how he didn't re-raise there.
Yeah, and actually, when I saw the hand, I thought I called it wrong because I thought Tony with the jack high flush was the one that just called, and I was like, "Wow, what a smart call!" But I didn't realize Tony G just flatted there with the queen.
Look, Ritchie's got 3 big blinds.
Yeah, and
You know what I mean?
so even though yeah, I mean, I mean, if he had the ace high flush, he had the ace high flush, and you get sick and go home. Yeah, I probably would have had to throw a raise in there, but again, I thought it was Tony making the call with just the jacks, and I was like, wow, what a smart non-raise there. Sometimes when you watch these hands live, you don't pick it up right away.
The blind level should be up too.
We just went up
Yeah.
too.
250, 125. So that's basically putting Ritchie, who's played great tonight, almost all in through those blinds. So he's he's definitely shoving. I'm guessing.
I mean, we're in a situation here where it looks like the two Tonys are they're the massive favorites to be heads up, but obviously you can't count out Ritchie or Rory. They just need to make hands.
Right now, I think Rory's just folding to get it to where it's three-way. Then he can start playing a little more aggressive, and he's got enough chips that when he bets, they have to fold if he starts shoving all in.
We witnessed firsthand. You can't count anybody out. When we did this last tournament, it's just in a tournament, and here we go. We got an all-in and a call, and Ritchie's in bad shape because he's dominated.
Yeah.
All hearts though.
Oh my goodness!
He flopped some outs, and he hits the
Two
5.
pair.
Wow, what a survival! He survives. Hits the 2 pair. And he says, I'm not dead yet.
He's going to have $1 million now.
I'm not dead yet.
He was backing up his bag. He got a little gift bag. There you go. That's what you needed, Ritchie.
And that's why. And that's the thing. Obviously, the two Tonys can afford to make those calls, and they can afford to lose 1, maybe 2. But then if you hit a run, all of a sudden it becomes a new ball game.
So the blinds are $125,000, $250,000, and $125,000 ante.
Tony's under the gun. We can't see his cards, but Tony G has ace queen suited. So if Tony's making a play here, we're gonna have the big back. We're gonna have the big stack battle here. Let's see if Tony G throws in a 3-bet here. Again, it's an interesting dynamic when it's the big stacks again, going at each other when you have two shorter stacks on the table. And
he made it $2 million?
Yeah.
A little over $2 million. Oh, $2 million
like $2
exactly,
million.
yeah.
Fold. Tony's not. Oh, Tony folded. Okay.
Yeah, he folded.
It was a quick fold, so that just tells me that he was on the steal. He was on the steal.
Yeah, just trying to get the blinds.
Yeah.
Yeah, you raise, they re-raise, you can let it go.
Yeah.
You're not going to mix it up. You got 2 short stacks right there. Ritchie's got about $1.5 million, and Rory's got a little over $2.2 million.
Jack 8 suited for Ritchie.
Tony G sitting on $12 million.
He's on the button and he's short. I wonder if he might decide to go with this.
Oh, if he does. Yep, he sure did.
Yep. It's not a bad play.
There's a queen 6.
No,
Yeah.
queen 6 not going to look him up.
No. Yeah, Ritchie's back up to $2 million. And Rory's at $2 million.
Yes, I mean, they're at 7 big blinds, which is obviously shove mode. But, all you need is that double. Get that double, and you can start putting a little bit of pressure. Rory has ace 4. Let's see if he decides that this is the time to go on the button.
If Ritchie folds, I fold. You know what I'm saying? The blinds are past him.
Yeah, but you can't wait. Yeah, he's
You're
got a
getting-
decision. I mean, he's not. He's thinking about it. He's thinking
If he
about
has
it.
ace jack, it's different. But ace four, he's got to fold.
But he's gonna get snapped. Is the problem here?
Tony's
He doesn't know he's gonna
and
get snapped.
little Tony's gesturing like he's ready to fold.
Yeah. Oh,
He's
it's
looking-
like yep, maybe not. Oh, and he makes the right decision.
great fold.
He knew it. Oh Jesus.
Oh my God, the chip leaders.
Oh my goodness.
Can one of them make a mistake here? Does Tony G is going to play back at him at another 2 million, maybe 2.3?
And Tony's not gonna just let it go.
Yeah, he stacked up. Oh yeah, he stacked up to 2.4, 2.5 maybe. Oh my
Ooh,
goodness,
is Tony gonna find this fold or not?
he's got to, because the other guys are so short. You want to be heads up, then you can do your thing. I know you got pocket 10.
And I'm wondering if they're watching the stream at all. Does Tony know?
He just called.
Yeah, I knew he was going to just call. He wasn't going to shovel. He wasn't going to four
He's
bet him
hoping
there.
to fade the face card.
But I was
right?
like, I don't think he can find the fold there for sure. Man, if we might, let's see if we see some fireworks here.
Oh my goodness, that could save him.
I mean, Tony's
Excuse me.
not super concerned about the jack, but he doesn't like the fact that he didn't hit his set. And I think that's what he did. He just decided to set mine and fold. Good fold, Tony.
My goodness.
I mean, he hits that set there. Ooh, he's got all the chips. So, I mean, you can't fault the call there.
No, it's a good call.
You turn that jack. If that jack is a 10, I mean, Tony G has nothing to think that he's going to be concerned about, and the fireworks are going to commence. Tony G getting the hands and taking advantage and piling the chips up. Now he's got ace-3 suited on the small blind, so that's definite open. Maybe even a shove since it's against the only one, the small hand, the big blind who's short stacked. So it's
He's gonna
it's an
fold.
easy shove.
The first one was good. Like the first one.
And now this is the dynamic I like, because now we have the two short stacks that are both, blind versus blind. So let's see if the big stacks try to
Bully him.
bully them, but if they don't, what's going to happen when it goes, if it folds around to Ritchie, what are they going to do? Are they going to be conservative, or are they going to go after each other? No, but Tony's got ace-7, so he's going to open. Yeah, for sure. Rory with the king-10.
He did shove.
Yeah. Oh, Tony laid it down.
Wow. Wow.
But see, that's Rory's image coming into play there. That's Rory's image coming into play. He must have a better ace. I'm not going to give you chips.
All right.
Because they don't want to chip Rory up. They know Rory. They don't want to chip him up.
I was thinking that Tony might have priced himself in, though. You know that. But
He might have.
He did just lose a lot of chips to
Yeah.
Tony G.
Yeah.
So he can't afford to keep circling down.
And this is a mental game. When you get on that downward spiral, it's hard to come back from. So you kind of, good fold by Tony. Or, it could be a good fold by Tony if he gets sucked out there. Rory with Jack-9 suited. Not a bad shove here. Blind versus blind. And now he's starting to feel it a little bit. He picked up 2 hands in a row.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, though, because Ritchie's got this. Oh, he's got half it. He's only at 1.3.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, our next payout is 15,175.
for fourth.
Third place gets 19,400.
Yeah.
You know,
It's a pretty good jump.
$4,000 pay jump.
Yep. Now they wake up with nothing, so let the 2 big stacks go at each other. Yep, give them a walk.
Yep. Put the small stacks on the blinds and then see what we get.
And the guy with 8-7. Not going to do anything with that.
King 3's out of the way. King 3. We're Jack 3. Got him dominated again. Gives him a walk.
Kind of gave him the walk.
Oh, and he shows. Ritchie shows him the hand. Small blind, the short stack, and the Rory. He's going to be in the big blind.
Tony G with the ace-4 suited. I expect him to probably put the short stacks on. What? Will he go? I mean, I don't know if he wants to shove just because of Rory has some chips now, but he's definitely going to, put pressure on here.
Right.
And he takes it down. Yeah, just 600K raise. Made more sense.
$15,000 to the next finisher.
Ritchie's got a shove hand, and Tony G's got a calling hand.
Yeah. Tony G's
Well,
got
Tony's G's under the gun
he
first.
has a raising hand.
Yeah, he's got a raising hand. With the way it came up, I thought Ritchie was first. I don't know why, because I know their positions, but
He's definitely
so
putting.
and
Oh,
Rory
Rory's
has a
got
hand
ace
too.
queen.
Ooh, we're gonna have. So Ritchie goes all in. So what's Rory gonna do here with the ace queen?
He's folding.
No, he goes
oh
up.
my gosh.
So now Tony's gonna fold the king queen.
If he
And-
calls, he can eliminate both players by catching a king.
Yeah.
He's getting a count.
Yeah, he's going to determine whether or not it's worth it for him to
It's
to
$2
make this
million
call.
more.
You're right, and he's got what, 15 million. I was thinking as the other Tony only has 6.8. Yeah, 15 million. Yeah, with only 2 million to call. But
He
yeah,
lets
he
it
lets
go.
it go. I mean, it's the right play. It's just he knows he's he's beat for sure, probably dominated, which he is. But it's just a spot where you try to figure out if it's worth gambling, and it's not. Those chips.
Basically, what would have happened there, Rory has over chips. So basically, if Tony G calls and loses,
Wow.
Rory would have the same stack.
Yeah.
Oh, the king on the river would have knocked them both out.
Wow. Is that gross or
Oh,
what?
my goodness.
Is that gross or what?
Oh, my God. If he makes the call,
Ritchie doubles.
the king would eliminate two
That's
players.
crazy. They would have been heads up. That's crazy. But I still can't, you can't make that call in good conscience there because regardless of what happens, you either have a player, Ritchie's either out or Rory's crippled. So it's.
They just flip-flopped spots right now.
I mean, the fold was correct because of the equity involved. There was he knew he had a minimum ace king, ace queen over. Maybe he would have been up against sevens and tens or something, and he had good equity. But I don't know. I can't make that call with king queen there.
That's why I'm the bad
No.
player. I'd have felt committed.
Well, if you're gambling, if you want to gamble, for sure. If you got the gamble in, you go for it.
About a million more. Like a million more.
And Rory survived us all in. Rory's not going to give up. He's not going to give up. He's like, let's go, boys.
He's all in. It does
Here we
pocket
go. Tens.
I
Let's
saw the
do
red
it.
tens before.
Let's do it. 4-3 suited, nothing. And he's going to get this through, too.
You gotta like how these guys are playing, and it is fun to
They're
watch.
great players.
You know,
They're great players.
there's a raise from the button.
Yeah. We don't know what anybody has. But Tony definitely has something decent. Hasn't been playing his stack where he's raising every button with 8-3 offsuit or anything like that. So we could assume he's got Broadway cards at the minimum.
Right. We want to thank
Or an
everybody
ace-
for
ace eight.
watching the $200,000 guaranteed marathon Freezeout. This is the final table. We are four-handed. Thank you for watching on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. Please like and subscribe. We appreciate all your support, all your comments in the chat. Reach out to us through the chat. We see you're rooting for your favorite players. One man gets knocked down, another man gets knocked up. It's just they're passing chips around, but I think
Rich.
Rory and Ritchie.
Ritchie with ace-9. Oh, he's on the button, so let's see. Tony, if he gets frisky with the 8-6, but he doesn't. Yeah, Ritchie jams.
Ritchie wants to hold on to those cards.
Have you played with Ritchie? Do you know Ritchie?
I don't know Ritchie.
He's the only one I don't know either at this table. That's what. But I mean, obviously, I like what I see from him. So I mean, I know the other three are fantastic players. Definitely Ritchie is too. But I don't know. I don't know if he's a local to San Antonio or if he came from out of town.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tony raises 700 and takes it down. All right, queen 3 under the gun. Gonna let it go. Tony with king 10 suited. Definitely gonna open with this. And Tony G has 8, so here we go again. These two seem to be waking up with hands against each other quite a bit. Ritchie will get out of the way with the 4 deuce. So we're gonna go to a flop.
You know, Ritchie is a regular here. He plays cash games almost every day here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know me, I don't play the big cash games that much anymore, so
Thanks, Jared.
thank you, Jared. interesting flop for eights. He's blocking, a lot of straight combinations, so he probably feels pretty good about that flop. But,
My goodness.
Tony's opening, Broadway cards, so he's beating those hands and takes it down.
You see, Tony might be getting a little flustered. Every move he's made has been counteracted by Tony G. He was a chip leader up to
It is
11 million, maybe 12, maybe up to 13 is high. Now he's down to 5.5.
It is. It's amazing, and they've really happened to have some made hands against each other, and unfortunately for Lil Tony, he's come out on the short end of a few of those hands in significant spots.
I'm about to pay more attention to Ritchie because apparently he logs more hours in here than Rory, and I see Rory all the time. Well, Ritchie probably plays catch games that I don't play.
That's what I'm saying. I don't play the big games, so.
Yeah.
And me, I'm more of a tournament guy, so.
But Ritchie, you're doing a great job.
So I apologize, Ritchie, for not recognizing you.
Yeah.
But
everybody send Ritchie some love.
You're definitely in there because all four of you guys are fantastic players, for sure.
For sure.
We're just we just play our mixed games and our tournaments.
I'm sitting in the safe zone.
Rory's all in with the 9-6. I like it. Blind versus blind. Oh, did he get caught? Oh, jeez. Oh, Tony just wakes up with aces. That's it?
Yeah.
Wow. That's a bad
It's not over.
No, of course it's not over.
I've seen 9-9-6 flop
wow.
before.
What the heck? How does he wake up with aces in the blind? And he
There's
hits a
1-9.
He hits 1-9. He's not dead.
There's the 6. A 7 now. A 5.
So he picked up 6, 7, or 9. And he
It's
hits.
6.
He gets
I
there.
Told you. It's not over.
Oh, man.
God dang it.
Wow.
Aces got cracked. Rory makes a move. Tony wakes up
Wow. That's
with aces.
What a sick game this is.
And then 2 pair on the river.
Here we go.
The short stacks are getting healthy.
Wow. Yeah, Tony. I would be frustrated too with that one.
Hold on now. Who is the short stack? Tony's got 5?
Yeah. Oh.
So Tony could now be with the aces being cracked.
That's amazing. That was drama.
My goodness. He could have a 7, a 9, or a 6.
And you know that when you're already and for someone like Rory, who's already a great player, man, that just rejuvenates you right there. And it's like you can, yeah. Well, now he picks up a big hand.
No. That's a replay of the last hand. A glitch happened. There's a 9-6. Remember? What?
No, now it's 3s versus ace 10.
I was gonna say there's no way.
Uh-oh. Man, if Rory can hold here, he's a player.
What? That's a hard move right there with 3s.
If Rory can hold here, he's a player.
He just doubled.
Oh, no, what? Can't see the flop.
Technical difficulty.
Oh,
guys, let's just wait.
We're missing it.
Just see where the chips go.
We're missing it.
The 3s hold up.
I was going to say, Tony didn't react like he won that hand. Sorry if we couldn't see it. There we go. Oh, no. Oh, he flopped a set of 3s. Oh, no.
It made a full house. 3s full of 8s.
3s full of 8s.
8s full of 3s, excuse me.
Wow.
Hello.
Hello, Rory.
Oh, my God.
Welcome to the tournament. You are a player now.
Rory Sr., you see this?
Rory Sr.'s a happy man right now.
Yeah, my son's doing his thing.
Wow, here we go.
Man.
The dynamic of this tournament just changed.
Oh, my goodness. Rory's getting his stacks together. He's got
He's up to 4. That's 4 million right there. Plus, I think he's got some on top there, right?
Yeah,
So
he's
4,
got
5.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got well over 5. Maybe a little closer to 6 at this point.
Man, 3s flop a set, and Tony G catches the ace on the river.
Catches the ace, right?
Rory's run good has started. So blinds are 125, 250 with a 125 ante. Tony comes out raising under the gun.
And the players are going to be going on the break in about 12 minutes.
Oh, my goodness.
So Tony has 4.3. Oh, no. He's well, yeah, he had 4.3.
Rory's up to
start the hand.
5.8.
Yeah, and Tony's down to 4.3 to start the hand. He took that down, so he's just under 5 million.
And so is
So-
Ritchie.
But Ritchie's got 11 big blinds now, so
He's got more than 3 million, it looks like.
yeah, it's a little over. So I mean, but he's not in desperation mode anymore. I mean, he's still short. Don't mistake it. But he's not in desperation mode. He can wait. He can wait a couple hands.
Uh-oh.
All right, blind versus blind again.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, Rory's got chips now, so he can
went
play
all
these
in.
hands.
He went all in.
Yeah, he just shoved instead of just fooling around with it. But yeah, you're going to see a much more active Rory now than you've seen before,
Oof.
for sure.
This is getting crazy.
Because now he can play. He can play poker now. He doesn't have to just sit back and wait and wait for a spot. It's time to play.
Rory Sr. says, hey, it's Rory's birthday tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Well, he's going to get his own present, that's for sure.
Well, he definitely, yeah, he's already got
He
it.
can afford it.
He can definitely, yeah, he had a good birthday so far. And let's see if we can make it better. Happy birthday, Rory. And he's got pocket eights.
He's becoming
He's getting hot at the right time. And that's what tournaments are about, too. Just getting hot at the right time.
he's going to take down this
I'll
one.
take it down. Another million chips. 500K.
Just his actions of grabbing the chip, shuffling around, you see a little pep in his step, per se.
Right. You
know?
you can. I noticed that myself. You can just see where, yeah, he just rejuvenated.
Yeah.
If we ended right now,
Tony has a king queen. Yeah, and that's why I don't see Ritchie as much, or no Ritchie as much getting back to Ritchie, because, yeah, I was just told that he's a daytime player, and I'm a nighttime guy. So I'm never here when the sun's up usually. So, getting back to it, I can't see what we got here. Between
Tony in seat 2 was our chip leader coming into the final table. He survived aces being cracked.
Yeah.
He's-
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, JT. But
No, I was gonna say he was
yeah.
up to about 13 million at one time, and then
But to still have 4.8 million, he has not been running great on this table.
the jack high flush versus
Right.
queen high
That's
flush, he could have lost
exactly
a
right.
lot more chips.
Like I'm saying, like by all accounts, he could be broke because he runs a jack high flush into a queen high flush. He has aces cracked by 9-6. He's surviving this bad luck, and it's a testament as a player to be able to just not tilt your chips off when you're running like that. So he's not by no means out of this. It's just if he had some, if the poker gods liked him a little more on this final table, he'd probably be the runaway chip leader.
Yeah, he's definitely got to start getting some hands and having the good fortunes turn his way.
I can think of 2 or 3 different occasions where he's woken up with legitimate hands, and Tony G has woken up with even better hands. So even in those situations, that's not running good.
Wow, we're actually going to see a flop with just a call, no raises, no playing back at each other.
And here we go. Rory's feeling it.
2 pair versus a straight draw.
Rory's feeling it. 2 pair. And he checked it. Now he's going to have to bet and get some value here. I was going to say, I wonder Tony will look this up just to either try to take it on the river. And he hit his 4. I wonder if he might actually pay this off. Thinking maybe Rory puts Rory on some kind of diamonds, or maybe a jack of diamonds, 2 diamonds with a jack of diamonds, something like that. So I don't think he'll pay him off, but Rory does have enough bluffs in his range that Tony could pay him off. And Rory definitely
he does have showdown value,
Yeah.
Get the 4.
Yeah, and like I said, Rory has enough bluffs here that Tony could pay him off.
Look.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Wow.
I mean,
Rory is playing his game
Yeah,
pretty damn solid.
yeah.
He checks the flop, 2 pair.
Yeah.
Bets the deuce, and Tony catches the only card that can beat the deuce.
And that's what I'm saying. Tony sits there and says, he bets when a total blank comes. Why would he bet the flop? He's got a jack in his hand. He's got diamonds in his hand. And then he hits the 4, and it's like, well, I can beat all these bluffs. So
These guys have been playing for 12 hours. They got to be getting tired.
Yeah, that's it.
They're not focused as they were earlier today.
And it would only be natural if Tony is tilting a little bit, just the way he's been running on this table. So, you make that call sometimes when you're steaming.
They said one of the players said great value.
Uh-huh.
Great value bet. So Ritchie's down to 11 big blinds, which is still not bad.
No,
You don't have to shove.
No, and you can do damage with that. Because 11 big blinds, if you double with it, then all of a sudden you're up over 24 big blinds when you include the antes in the pot.
We can't see Tony's hand, but he's going to shove 3.3.
Yeah, from the button, it's going to get through. Yeah, we got 4 phenomenal players here. This is definitely a heavyweight fight.
There's no one's even thinking of surrendering.
Oh, hell no.
They go,
No.
I'm fine. Just
No.
gonna play my game. Let me do my thing.
No, because they want to beat each other, for sure. I mean, I know they all know each other, too. That's the thing. And you want to beat them more than you want to beat total strangers. You want to beat guys that you know. You want to have those bragging rights.
Yeah. And look at Tony G. He made all those hands for the the previous hour, and now he's just sitting back
Yeah.
folding because he's getting nothing.
Which, like I said, it would be so easy to just tilt your chips off the way he's been running, and that's why he's such a good player. All
Tony-
these guys are.
Yeah, Tony
Oh,
G.
Tony G. I'm sorry,
Yeah, yeah.
you little Tony. You were talking about Tony G.
Yeah, Tony G's
Why
relaxing.
do we have to have two Tonys? I'm getting confused.
Because we got to say little Tony.
Yeah,
and
little
Tony
Tony
G.
and Tony G. No, Tony G. Exactly. He knows. Again, players that get a big stack, they think they got to play every hand because I have the chips. I'm going to bully. No, the smart players, they pick their spots. They have legitimate hands, or they raise in spots where they have equity. And he's going to raise with the fives here, and most likely get that through.
Yeah, Brian mentioned in the chat that Ritchie could ladder up if Tony keeps getting these hands that don't hold up. And
Sure, for sure.
you definitely got to pick your spots right now. It's late in the game where your 9 big blinds or 10 big blinds, like you said, can definitely not cripple someone, but definitely get you laddered up. A good double up's what Ritchie needs right now.
But yeah, a double goes from 11 again to over 20, and over 20, you have a significant stack. You know, he just has a jack 3 folds, Rory 9-6, and see Tony wakes up with something. No, give Tony G a walk.
Yeah, Rory's not putting another dime in that pot just because it has the button. So they just passed their 12-hour mark that they've been playing today.
And I know most of these guys played 10 to 12 hours for the day one, so it's a lot of poker. And you know what? We still have quite a bit of ways to go. This isn't ending in the next 15 minutes or anything like that, so we have a little bit of ways to go here. And fatigue is a factor.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, we're not even playing and we're tired.
This is fun to watch.
I'll enjoy it. I really do. I'm such a poker nerd. I love watching poker, and especially when it's people you know and they're playing for this kind of money. It's just
you're rooting for everybody.
You really are.
The play is, it's great play from each guy. They're each making their stand, and somehow they're getting through with the 9-6 beating aces. I mean, how does that happen? Yeah.
Ritchie shows with the king queen, right?
Yeah.
We got through.
Oh,
and it looks like, are they getting ready to go to break?
Like a 10-minute break?
Yeah, break 10 minutes.
10-minute break?
10-minute break.
All right, we're going to take a break too, and we'll be right back.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
They got the things. Yeah, you're right. Go right here. Who you want, Chris? Of course you will.
Well, I got to pick a person? Okay, I got 22.
Wait, who do you want? You don't pick Tony G. That's on this.
Oh, no, I'll take
Take the chip.
Why, you're not thinking? No way. 2.950. We're going whole 10?
Never get excited about the show. I try not to. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of money and everything, but
Yeah, I'm like sitting in shit out of the car right now. But kayak, grill.
it's all going to the roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it takes in terms of it. Sometimes you just fucking get lucky. Yeah. I need you to just
5K6.
throw in the fucking towel.
5K6.
Isn't that a nasty? It's true. I did watch it. But I mean, any age,
I saw it.
any teen would you would have called too. Both of those. I'm pretty sure my hand was no, like Max 6 and small, A big. And then threes, when he snapped me, I thought I was. Oh, okay. That works.
I mean, it's a snap.
It is, but I'm just like, with that snap, it's a snap. But this is 26 gig. I don't think there's any edge here whatsoever. This could go either way still. Everyone's playing pretty correctly here.
I can run the ICM.
Everyone talk shot?
I don't know.
There's no edge here. Nope.
I mean, I always told myself I'd never chop this.
You guys want to listen to the numbers? I do think I can get 30.
Yo, I gotta work, so y'all should look at the ideas.
Just stay all the way through. So look at that. I mean, you want to look at the numbers?
Nah, fuck it. Let's just play. I was gonna say the other two have reputation as not shoppers.
I was going to say that. Hey, I saw you on the just a card right? I saw you on the screen
Yeah.
playing or whatever. I just want to say congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I do
Good luck.
appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Only 4 players.
He's a really good player. I played with him. This is Rory.
10 minutes?
Yep.
Mine too.
That's gonna be some run good.
We're taking shots.
Okay. Right. Wow. Congratulations. Thank you. Tony, you're wrong. You're the best.
Man, I think I'm going home. All right, good night, Vern.
Pocket nines, pocket
Pocket
sevens.
nines, pocket sevens. Oh, you want to see some run good, Mike? Wait till you see what I'm doing. That's coming. I pulled a U is what I did. I should look down and say I don't have much. I just caught. Y'all ready? Play. One more hand. One more hand after this. The hand that I extremely love. Yeah, I double up the big one.
All right, we're about to get back off this break here. 30 seconds.
I'm having technical difficulties. Technical difficulties with my headset. Getting ready to go again. 10 seconds left.
Rory Sr. is in the chat with us, and he says, I see Rory being on top at the end. Hey, your son definitely has the skill sets to be up there. I'm JT. I'm with Big John. We are bringing you the $200,000 Marathon Freezeout Guaranteed Final Table. We are four-handed. We are back from break.
With 4 very good poker players.
Tony
Right.
G in the Houston Astros hat is our chip leader on the final table right now. Four-handed, 13 million in chips. I believe Ritchie is our short stacked in seat 9.
King 9 suited. Is
Oh, I
easy
stand
jam.
corrected. Tony
Is Tony now the short
is
stack?
our short stack now.
That's
our chip
amazing.
leader coming into the table is now our short stack four-handed. Ritchie is in fourth spot with chips, and then Rory has jumped up to second with 7.7 million in chips. Got a new dealer in. Michael's dealing right now.
And it's still anybody's game, even though Tony G's playing pretty flawless. Ritchie with the ace-6. He decided that was not a hand to go with.
Eli is calling Tony G and Rory heads up. He's calling it right now.
Oh, Tony,
Okay.
little Tony shoves, 2.3. He's going to get called by the ace-10. Oh, he
Oh,
shoved
my
a
goodness.
jack-7. Wow, this could be it for Tony. And he hits the 7. Hits the 7 and
Makes
boots
a full
up,
house.
boots up and gets back into this thing. So Tony's been running pretty bad on the final table and got some run good there to get him back into this thing. Kind of deserved the way he's been running, you know.
He played the right hand at the right time. Blind versus blind.
Yeah, he didn't expect Tony G to wake up with ace-10. But yeah, I mean, you shoved there, and
How many times is Jack High going to be good blind versus blind? A lot.
it'll be good enough. And even if it's not good, looking at the cards, I mean, it could be Tony G could have like a queen four, a king deuce, and he's not going to call with those kind of hands. So the shove's going to get through most of the time, and then when it doesn't, you're live. You know, the majority of the time, and he was live. He had live cards and a hit, and that's tournament poker strategy.
You got to win your races.
You got to win your races. And not one person has ever won a tournament without getting lucky at least once.
Oh, for sure.
Ever.
Oh, yeah, let me tell you, when I won my tournament, oh, yeah, I didn't win one.
I was going to say, what, back in 1938?
Yeah, nah, I never won one. I never got lucky enough.
Mr. Modesty over here. I've seen you at like 5 final tables in the last 2 weeks.
That's not winning.
Well, that's true. Getting there is a win. Where are we at blind level? We're at 150.
150, 300?
150, 300. Tony G on the button and folds to him. See if he's got an opening hand with his king 9.
And Ritchie has pocket deuces.
He knows if he shoves, he's probably going to get caught. So it's a question of, does he just want to race here? And he's only got 11. He's only got a few big blinds.
I think he's going to. Oh, he is all in.
Yeah, he decided to do it.
It's hard to make a pair sometimes.
Yeah, Tony's going to let it go.
Short stacks are picking on the big stacks now.
And that is the thing. It can be done because, you know, short stacks that have enough to still do damage knows that these big stacks will open a wide range, especially from the button. So you can shove more marginal hands knowing they don't want to double you up.
Right, you got to be careful what you open with.
Right. So you can 3-bet as you know with deuces because you know Tony G could be opening with hands exactly what he's opening, like King 9, Jack 9, you know, Queen 10, hands that are going to be behind. He doesn't want to give 3 million chips to Ritchie and make a call, or make a loose call. Rory has kings.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he just shoved on Tony just because it was blind versus blind. Ritchie's up to 4.4 million now.
Yeah, he's getting dangerous. I mean, he's a great player, but he's getting chips to.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Can hurt you.
We don't have anybody that's really in desperation mode at this point. It's I mean, they're not super deep. Don't get me wrong, but they're not super desperate either. Tony has 10s, and with just about 12 big blinds, right? I think he might just shove it. And Tony G's like, I have an ace, but that ace sucks.
Right,
Let's
you
move
double
on.
him up. You go from 4 million to 8 million.
Yeah.
Actually, 9 million. He gets healthy real quick. You know, it's nice that these guys, you know, they've been through all this. They can see the aces being cracked by the 9-6. It doesn't put them on tilt. They're just like, this is unlucky.
No.
You know, so they're not just throwing what remaining chips they have available out there and just walking away with 15,000 when that 43,000 is still available.
That's right. Tony with King 4. Doesn't like it. Tony G with 9-2 will probably just give him a walk. Oh, Richie's
Oh.
like, I have ace queen. Make a
Oh.
move.
Somebody.
Make a move.
I just got my chips back. No extras.
You know, we got the other thing with having 4 solid players like this is we might be here a long time. They're not giving their, like you said before, not just going to just give their chips away.
Yeah, they're not getting out of line by any means.
Tony on the button doesn't like his hand. Tony G was 7-5. Doesn't let and a walk. Walk. Nobody's really picking up anything here, and don't really want to get frisky either. Now we got blind versus blind, 10 deuce versus 10-8. See if Ritchie sees it, wants to try to take the blinds here. We seem to be jumping all over the place. So we have a flop, but the stream's acting a little haywire here. Looks like Ritchie has ace-jack suited.
Yeah,
He raised. Yeah, we have a flop at 9-4-5. Ritchie and Tony are in the hand. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know what's going on right now. All right, so Tony checked, Ritchie let out, and Tony folded the queen 10. Thank God clubs didn't come out again.
Oh, my gosh, right?
Are you kidding me? That would
That could have been the end of
again,
somebody.
Again, no, but that would have been twice for Tony if that happened, because it was clubs versus clubs last time against Tony G.
Looks like the bund's gonna get. Big blind's gonna get a walk there. Tony G's was at 13 million at one time. He's down to 10. Rory's super high right now at 7.7. Rory actually came to the table tonight when it started, when we were 9-handed at 3.3 million. He got down as low as just barely over 1 million. Now he's back up at 7. Twelve and a half hours later, these guys are still playing.
And still got a ways to go. King 6, did he shove? Yeah, he shoved and going to get through.
Probably only ace, king, ace, queen, and 10s or higher call there. Maybe 8s. Looks like we're getting a lot of. Ooh, we are playing a board. 7-8 versus 9-2. 9-2 is in the lead.
Not much of anything here. See if somebody wants it. Ritchie says, "I'll take a shot at it."
Ritchie stealing. All right, tomorrow night, Rounders Card Club at 6 p.m. We have the Big 50, $10,000 guaranteed, $125 buy-in, $125 rebuy if you bust. There are no add-ons, and there's only one rebuy, and it's 20-minute levels. $10,000 guaranteed tomorrow night. Right now, you're watching the $200,000 guarantee marathon, and we are down to 4 players on the final table. Tony G in the Houston Astros hat is our chip leader at 9.9 million. Rory in seat 1 is at 7.7, maybe 8 million in chips. He's in second. Ritchie's in third, and I believe Tony is in fourth. Tony in seat 2. And Rory doesn't want to give Tony any extra chips with King High. Just lets it go.
Yeah, we hit a bit of a lull here where nobody seems to be really picking up anything. And
All right. There's going to be passing blinds around
Yeah.
here for a little bit.
And I mean, when they're not even picking up anything connected, it's like a whole bunch of king trays and jack fours and 9 deuces. It's like, let's just fold and move on.
Yeah, you don't want to risk winning $43,000 by playing King Deuce.
There we go.
Offsuit.
Rory gets an ace jack suited on the button, so at least open here, and assuming Ritchie had already folded. And Tony has sevens.
Oh, there's a all in and a call.
All in and a call. Yep.
Pocket sevens versus ace jack.
So I kind of almost spoke it into existence.
Right.
Let's see who runs well here, and there's the ace.
There's a club draw.
Yeah, the club is live.
The
and
club is there.
Gets there. Tony gets there, and then hits the set anyway.
Oh my goodness.
He hit the set anyway. He didn't need the club. He got there twice. That's going to knock Rory down. Got to win races to win tournaments.
What a flop. 3 clubs. Turns the flush, locking it up, and then rivers a set.
Yeah. Bad run out for Rory. But he's like, you know what? I've been here before. I'm not going to panic.
He still got right at 2 million.
Yeah. And then Tony, little Tony's healthy.
Tony's
again.
healthy again. He's like, okay, I survived my aces being cracked. Now I've got 9 million.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it takes, right? The big hand over big hand.
Big hand over big hand, and got to win races. I mean, it's just as simple as that. You have to win races in these things. It's not always the best. The guy that plays the best is going to win.
There we go.
I wonder if the King 9 is going to get through. Well, Richie's got King 3
Ritchie
suited.
has not made a misstep. This would be, I mean, he can't see the cards. I can.
Yeah, I mean, he knows Rory has a wide range here, but he can't be in love with the King 3.
He's going to fold.
Yeah, he wants to. He definitely just wants to have a count and figure out what it's going to cost him and relative to his stack, and really what Rory will have if he does double him up.
Then again, I think the factor of the half blind or half ante, plays a factor, because if he's got 600,000 out there versus 450, I know King 3 is not the best hand, but it might get his thought process where he's got to be committed. Nathan says, "Dag it, Roy, unlucky." The flush got there.
Mm-hmm. And the set.
Seven deuce, king deuce.
Not much happened on that hand. On to the next one. Actions on Tony G. Folds. Ritchie's not in love with his hand. Now we got blind versus blind action. Little Tony gets a walk. Ritchie looks like he's got a hand worth opening with. Yeah, ace 3. Did he opened the 600, it looks like? Yeah.
You got it through?
Got it through.
Yep.
Yeah, I think these guys are at the stage now. They all know each other. They all know how they play. It's four-handed. I don't think anybody's ready to step out of line. And
Little Tony's taking over the chip lead again. He took over the chip
I
lead.
didn't see that. How many chips does he have?
Just over
He's got
9, and Tony G's right at 8 point something.
Tony G's down to 8 points. 8 point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that. 4-6. Yeah, that's what he's got there. Yeah, because he lost that pot to Rory. That was pretty. Yeah. I was trying to go into my head with what significant pots he lost. And that was that set of threes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ace 10.
Yeah. And then he doubled up little Tony too as well. That's right. Yeah, this is anybody's game, and I think and they all know it, so they're not gonna get massively out of line. Tony raised. We can't see his cards. Ritchie defended with the Jack 8 of clubs. And flops the Jack, but not a great board for the Jack.
Oh, that's the same hand.
Goes check again. Jack's probably going to be good if Tony checked 3 times. Nope. He patted his hand, so I guess Tony had a hand. I can't see that. Oh, they have the same hand. I didn't even see that. I'm getting tired, JT.
Yeah, no, I got you.
I'm getting tired. I didn't even see the
What's happening here? We got a chop pot.
See, these guys at least have the adrenaline going. They're playing for 40K, 43K. That keeps them popping.
Yeah, it's when you lose sight of the payouts and who's short stack, who's,
Yeah.
that's when you make that error, which gets you knocked out by overplaying the hand that you shouldn't even play. You got to be careful right now in this stage.
So action's going to be on Little Tony. Folds. And Tony G's got ace-5 suited. Definitely going to open here. Looks like 7. Fold and a fold.
Yeah, it's going to get through. Blinds are 150, 300, and the ante's 150. Hey, pulls back to red, throws out 3 greens. Looks like we're going to a flop.
We don't know what Tony has, but flop at 3-4-3. Ace high is probably not going to be too scared of that flop, so we might see. It goes check, check. Now we picked up a club. Possible club draw. Check, check again to a king of diamonds on the river. See if Tony offers at this pot.
1.1 million or 900,000?
700.
700.
We're just contemplating looking them up here with the ace high. Definitely in the tank here, wondering what exactly does Tony have?
Do you want to call 700 and lower your stack and not be good, or do you want to call 700 and increase your stack and be good?
See, Tony was in the big blind, so he really doesn't have any information of,
He did river
and
the
then
king.
Check, check, and he rivers the king. Yeah. That's what I said on that flop.
There you go. Ritchie playing perfect.
I figured on that flop, ace high didn't have a lot to worry about there. I mean, he could have threw a bet out there and probably would have taken it down, but Tony got there and tried to get some value, and he almost did get some value. I think Ritchie was really contemplating making a call there and seeing if his ace high was good. Rory folds. Tony's on the button. If he's got anything decent, I'm sure he'll
He's gonna open.
make a move. Tony likes to play his button, and he does. He has a decent hand. King Jack suited. Very strong on the button. Tony G folded the ace because he knows it's a weak ace, but Ritchie defends with the queen 7 off.
Tony flops him with a king high.
Tony flops him practically dead. There's not much for the Ritchie there on that flop. And he gets out of the way.
Man, Tony's at 10 million. Tony G's at 9.9. It's a good comeback for little Tony.
For sure. And he's been playing well all night. Like I said, he just ran into a couple bad spots. Uh-oh.
Looks like a hand is about to brew.
But he picked up a hand at the wrong time. He's got his aces, and Rory doesn't have anything. Oh, did he just limp? Did he just limp the aces?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he checked. Then he checked back.
Maybe they're not aces?
I think they're aces. Maybe we have a bad card read. You never know. I've seen it. Yeah.
Must be aces.
He had the aces. He was trying to get Roy to hit something there.
He could have hit a 7 on the turn and been in big trouble.
Well, that would have been something, huh?
Rory's down to 8 big blinds.
Yeah, because in a spot like that, Ritchie knows that if Rory hits any piece of any flop, he's going to shove his chips. So, that's why you get a little coy with those aces there and hope he hits anything so he can get all those chips.
Is Rory in a spot where he shoves if Tony G and Ritchie fold? Does he shove instantly against little Tony?
No, he's still going to need something with equity. He's not going to just shove anything. He's got to have some equity in his hand. King 4. Not very good. But Tony already raised, right? Yeah, Tony G raised 600.
Uh-oh.
Tony defends with the
two
5-4.
big stacks are going at it.
Man, they have not shied away from each other all night. That's for sure.
Crazy.
And that's what I like about it. I love it. Tony
Swing and a miss?
Gutter ball, right? Yeah.
Oh, no. If they hit the 6, Tony's going to make it straight. Tony's going to make
but he'll be able to get around it. But nothing there. Let's see if Tony tries to bluff at it. And he does. He does. It was a good bet. Nice bluff, Tony.
No showdown value. You got to bet it, right?
He had no way. There was no way he was going to win that hand. And sometimes it's okay to just check and give up. But, there was enough in that pot. Let's go for it.
Okay. Ritchie's putting out his big blind. He's not the big blind. Tony G is.
Maybe he knows he's going to get a hand. He's had a premonition. He wants to put chips in the pot. And I lied. He had a 6-4 offsuit. Rory has a Jack-9 on the button. I wonder, how short is he still? He's at 2.5?
Yeah, he's at 8 big blinds or less. There you go.
Yeah, because there's worse hands than that to go with. That's I was curious there. He might get looked up here by Tony. I don't know if he will or not. It's close. Yeah, you fold it. Sure. Roy still has a little too much to be dabbling with ace-5 there, and
He's up to 3 now.
yeah.
3.1 million.
Yeah, if Rory only had like 1.5 instead of 2.5, then Tony might look him up with the ace-5, but
Our chip leader starting tonight's table, Lil Tony, is back into the chip lead. He went down to about 2 million. Now he's back up to 11.
now Roy has the king 10 and Tony has jacks. Is he going to shove? Yep, he's going to get called. This time he's going to get called.
There's a reshove.
Yeah, he'll reshove him, right? Yeah, just a.
He did.
Here we go. Here we go.
Man. Yeah, it's only a slight favorite.
70-30.
Ooh, I thought it was less than that.
70-30 in this case. And there's a 10 for some hope.
Set.
Queen. No
Nope.
queen. And that's it for Rory. Boy, did he make it exciting there for a little while, though.
Rory played great.
Oh, of course he did. And when is he? I mean, he's never going to play bad. That's for sure. But he definitely made it exciting. It was fun to watch him come back from the short stack, get himself a stack, and then what was that? He lost a big race. My brain's not working right. What was that race he lost? He lost the race to Tony, right? Which is what crippled him again.
Right. Ace Jack versus 7s.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
He made Tony made a flush and then River to set.
And then River to set anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, and that's just tournament poker.
Rory, great run. $15,175 coming your way.
Good job, Rory. Happy birthday.
Yes, happy birthday, Rory.
Because it is officially his birthday now. Because it is after midnight.
That's why he got his present.
That's right. $15,000. That's a good present. I know he wanted 43, but
Ritchie, you laddered up to 19,400, and you could end up with $43,000.
That's right.
He's been playing like every scenario he's been mixed in. He's made almost a perfect play. 1 or 2 hands earlier where it didn't hurt him too bad.
Yeah.
But other than that, he's making great folds, great calls, great bets.
I mean, I know I've said it a million times, but I can't stop saying how phenomenal the whole final table was phenomenal tonight.
Right. You had Tony G, you got Little Tony, you had Lazar, you had Fish. Fish played phenomenal. Rudy played great. He made one move, and that's I was talking to him when we took that little break, and he thought that was the only hand that he made a misstep on, and I agreed with him. I think everything else you played perfectly. You folded ace queen offsuit.
Yeah, I think, and Rudy's an honest enough player with himself to he could tell you that he could have just led a little smaller there and then got off it. But hey, when you're playing this long and you're playing this deep and fatigue sets in and you see a flop like that, nobody plays perfect poker.
Right.
Nobody. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, everybody tonight. Matthew played great. Jacob, our dealer here, played great.
Yeah.
And Rory, who just went out in 4th place. We were 3-handed on the final table.
That's what I said. I was finishing up work when the final table started, and because I wanted to be here. Because when I saw that lineup, this is phenomenal. This is probably one of the best final tables we've had, as far as star power, because these guys can all play.
Yep, this is Little Tony's got a huge chip lead now.
Three-handed.
Yep.
Here we go.
Ritchie's just biding his time to double up, get a little bigger stack, start mixing it up. Tony G trying to get his chip count back up. And little Tony's back up to 15 million. Oh, Mike. Ritchie's down to 12 big blinds, but he's been handling the short stack all night. He came in with 2.1 million.
And where was that? At the final table?
When he started the final table.
And was that the short stack? did you
No,
say?
no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, there's two other short stacks. Matthew, who went out in sixth place with $10,000, was the short stack on the table.
Uh-oh. Tony accidentally exposed. His cards hit the button as it was mucking. Tony
then-
G has an ace-6. He'll,
And
open.
Rudy, who went out in fifth place, and Rudy was our other short stack, who went out in fifth place, winning $12,500. So the blinds are 150,000, 300,000 big blind, and 150,000 ante. Uh-oh.
Ritchie hit the ace-queen. Good timing for that. See if Tony picks up a hand. Not really. See if he defends with it after Ritchie opens.
He just calls with ace
Ritchie
queen.
just smoothed it. Oh, whoa. Tony jammed
Tony jammed
and
it.
got snapped. Wow. Ritchie's got a good spot here to get back in this.
He catches.
Oh, it's over right from the get-go. Wow, what a spot.
Oh,
He hit
quads.
He hit quads. Oh, boy.
Overkill, Ritchie. Don't use up all your strength.
That's like don't use all your luck there. Wow. Just quad aces. That's it.
So he goes from 3.3 million to 6.6 million. Is that what that's telling me?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's plus 3.4 million.
Just
Wow.
Tony got a little too aggressive there.
Well,
I mean,
Ritchie does the perfect play. He limps in.
Ritchie limped and he
Holy
set
cow.
the trap. He set the trap.
You know.
That was, I mean, Ritchie. That's exactly what he wanted there. He wanted Tony to get aggressive on him there. And it's not a horrible play by Tony to do that. Thinking he's going to take it down. I don't know. I don't know if he had to shove 3 point. What did Ritchie have behind him? 3.5, 300 blinds.
Come back to somebody remember.
It is what.
But I
it
mean,
is.
any other time, Ritchie's probably folding if you don't have ace
sure.
queen.
Sure.
So when you get short, now you're three-handed. You want to see a couple flops maybe instead of raising every hand and cutting a fold. You see a little action, and bam, Ritchie doubles up
Wow.
from 3.2 million to 6.4.
I probably put. Should have put Tony G back in the chip lead because little Tony just shipped 3.5 million over to Ritchie.
Well, it looks like little Tony has still over 8 million in chips.
Yeah, he still has quite a bit.
But Ritchie woke up perfectly.
Yeah, what timing there?
Ace,
and
queen,
and then the limp it, and
the
then the limp
limp.
it, and got the shove. We got a ball game.
Oh my gosh! Now he wakes up with ace
Now he has
eight.
ace 8, three-handed. It's a very powerful hand, three-handed.
He's gonna make it 600, 700,000. Oh, more
Yeah.
than that.
That looks like 7. It looks like it looks like 8.
Yeah,
I can't really tell.
Yeah.
We're still at 150, 300, right? Or no? Do we go up to?
No, I don't think it went up yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 2-4-2.
2-4-2 would make sense. Pot's 800. Yeah.
Oh my
Oh, and
goodness.
Tony G has ace queen.
Oh my gosh.
And we just saw a flop at king, king, 6. It kind of jumped ahead there, so.
At 6 comes they chop it right, and 8 comes Ritchie wins, and the board doesn't pair.
Ritchie let out
Wow.
and got him to fold the ace queen.
Ritchie's got somebody can hurt you chips.
He does. He sure does.
He's been playing great all night. Now he just gets some cards. You guys better watch out. It's crazy how it goes. Little Tony has 4
Pocket
2s
sevens.
suited.
For Tony G.
Tony G has pocket 7s.
See, these are the kind of hands I've seen little Tony would get a little frisky with. I've seen it. And he's going to get frisky with it.
Yeah. And he doesn't have to. He's still got a ton of chips.
Oh, Tony just shoved on him. Tony G. Yeah, and Tony will just fold it.
Do you have to play the button?
Hmm?
You have to play the button every time with those hands? I mean, do you have to represent?
Do you have to? No, but I don't like giving up my button either, so I understand the logic. I also like having those kind of hands because if somebody does defend on you, it hides.
Okay, break this down. Little Tony 10 million, Tony G 9 million, and Ritchie's up to 7 million chips.
Yeah, we got a ball game. I mean, this is anybody's game now. I mean, and you got 3 solid players that know how to play poker very well. This is by no stretch a runaway for anybody. So we're gonna have a war to the end. And Tony G wakes up with ace king suited, but he doesn't really have anybody with a hand that's gonna give him any action.
Ace King gets no action, but he does become the chip leader again. We're 3-handed of the marathon, $200,000 marathon Freezeout final table. First place is $43,000. Second place is $28,500, and the next person that's eliminated will get $19,400.
$9-7 for Tony. I think he'll keep it up. He just limped there. Yeah, he just called.
Well, what if a 7 flops? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's an interesting flop. We go check. Yeah. Oh boy. 4, 5, 6. Yeah. And we got a double paired board. Says Tony G's not going anywhere. He's gonna win this hand, and he just checked it back.
Taking it down?
Yeah. No use in making a bet there and getting put into a tricky spot. In case Tony decides to get frisky again. That flop had some potential to get interesting. Yeah.
The blind levels are 200,000, 400,000, 200 ante. So the big blind's paying 600,000. When you're short, when you're 3-handed, it comes around fast, right?
It comes around fast, so that's why you open up your range. And it's hard to make hands, and so hands like even though Tony G just folded the king 5, hands like that are a little stronger than they are at a full ring table. So you can open up your range, play a little looser. But then again, with everybody so close in chip stacks, you don't want to just give your chips away either. And Ritchie has ace 5. Okay. Tony has a very defendable hand with the 9-8 suited. I'm sure this time Ritchie's going to open. And of course, I know nothing about poker. He just calls.
Oh, Ritchie
So
jammed.
that's the second time that Ritchie got him there. So Ritchie limped again. I didn't think he was that it would work again, but Ritchie limped again, and this time Tony just put in a raise, and Ritchie shoved over top. So good play by Ritchie.
He's trapping.
I thought that time he might open because he wasn't as strong. He still had an openable hand, but I thought he would open this one. And now Tony's got pocket 9s that Ritchie has King Jack suited, so we're definitely going to see some chips go in the middle. Probably not all of them, but we're going to see some chips go in the middle.
There isn't all in.
He does put them all in.
Man, Queen Deuce is going to fold. What's he thinking?
He's
He
gonna do
makes
it.
the call.
He made the call. He thought Tony. I think he thought Tony was making another move on him. But
how does
he's
that
not in
happen?
bad shape. He's not in bad shape. He's got the 2 overs.
How does that happen? I know that King Jack suited, but it shrivels up when someone goes all in.
That's a pretty light call because you're not in good shape
And
a lot
there's
of
a
times.
king.
But there it is. He hits the king, and it's
2 pair. But Queen can hurt him.
queen. Yeah, queen or a 9. Wow. And guess what? And that crippled Tony.
Man.
I don't know. That surprised me. What was the
Ooh. Ritchie had 8 million?
It went pretty fast. I can't remember the action now off the top of my head. So Ritchie opened, and then Tony shoved over the top, and then
He took a minute.
Ritchie made the call. That's interesting. I think maybe that was a case where Tony's reputation got him that call, and then he just didn't. He didn't flop good. He got exactly what he wanted, and sometimes that's even worse in poker. You get exactly what you want, and you still run bad. But I mean,
that definitely cripples.
It's almost like Tony set it up though that way, because there's a couple times where he shoved and he shoved light, and Ritchie caught him. This time, he had the goods. Ritchie decided to go with it, and Ritchie got there.
Tony's left with about 500K. Or does he have more stacks behind it? I can't see.
No, it looks like that crippled him. That crippled him big time.
Ritchie has been playing the short stack all night, playing perfectly. He calls a big bet from Tony tonight with pocket 9s. The King Jack suited says it's good enough to play. Let's go. Flops a king, turns a jack. Now he's close to the chip. He's a chip leader.
Oh yeah, it looks like he's
a
chip leader. Yeah, they were very close to stacks, obviously, because Tony has crumbs left.
He's got 400,000 or 500,000, I think. He doesn't have a big blind, I don't think. He's just all in the dark. He's first to act.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only move he has.
So is this a typical call, check it down thing? Without saying it, do they do that? Do they know to do that?
Probably. I mean, these guys have been playing poker forever, and they know the ICM considerations here. So yeah.
Oscar says, "Hell yeah, Ritchie! Hell yeah, Ritchie's come a long way tonight."
Could these possibly be correct that Tony and Ritchie both had the same exact hands they had last time, or do we have a card read error here? Because that's crazy. Ritchie has King Jack again, and Tony. Oh no, Tony G. I'm sorry. I apologize. I keep mixing the Tonys up. I'm just looking at Tony on the screen. That's my bad. But it is funny that nines and King Jack were involved in the hand again.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that eliminates
God.
Tony. That eliminates Tony.
Ritchie
Third place. And
has a
Ritchie takes
2-1
the
chip lead.
Nice little fist bump there from Tony. Good sport. He's just, he's a great guy.
Yeah, he's absolutely hands down.
He ran. He had some good luck. Don't get me wrong, but he ran bad in spots. Was able to come back, and then he ran bad in a flip. And again, you have to win flips to win tournaments. We all know that. And an incredible run for Tony. Great job.
Yep. We are the Rounders Card Club, the $200,000 guaranteed marathon Freezeout. We started today with 65 players. A mere 13 hours later, and we're down to the final two, where Ritchie's been a short stack most of the night, has a 2-1 chip lead over Tony G.
And we're heads up for all the monies. 63. How many started today?
65.
65. And we
Total
had,
entries were 535 entries.
and I knew it was over 500 for the total entries. So
Final two.
it's a heck of a field.
Second place tonight will receive $28,500. First place will receive $43,000. Well done, gentlemen.
Absolutely.
Now, how long does the head up take? They got a lot of chips.
I mean, heads up. Yeah, this isn't going to be. I mean, unless you get a cooler situation.
Oh, they're showing a ICM? No.
Yeah, they may. Yeah, they may either be talking about an ICM chop, or they could be talking about, hey, let's.
So based on Tony G's chip count, instead of him getting 28,500, he could actually get a little bit more?
Yeah, they could do an ICM chop like that. Yeah, where he would get more, and they would take a little off of first, and decide what to do there. Another thing with Jack counting the chips up, that's exactly what they were doing. The other thing I was thinking they might be talking about was what does first place pay?
$43,000.
And second place pays
$28,000.
So they could be talking about something. What I was thinking is they could be talking about something like, hey, let's sweeten second place up and take it off of first and play for the different. Make second place like 32,000 and make first place 39. Take $4,000 either way, and then we'll play for that. But no, they're definitely doing ICM. And what will happen here is based off of how many chips Tony G has, he may get 33,000, say, would be what the ICM chop is, and Ritchie would get whatever the difference is, maybe 38, something like that. But
There's $71,000 left between the two of them. He's got a 2-1 chip lead.
yeah,
So 60% of 71,000 is still $40,000. So you're not losing. Did they do a chop? See,
So, for example, do we know how many chips are in play? I mean, I could look it up because I have the.
well, yeah, he's got 18. He's got 18 million. He's got 9 million. That's 27 million.
Okay, so for example, what's first place pay again?
43,000.
$43,000, and second place pays
28.5.
$28,500.
71.5.
And then what are the chip stacks we said they are?
18 million, 9 million.
chip count?
10 million, 17 million.
He said 10 million and 17 million.
So in a case like that, I'm just stupid app's taking forever to load.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So if those numbers are correct, and of course I tabulated it wrong. So yeah, you would be looking at, for example, you'd be looking at a payout of like 38,000 to 33,000, somewhere in that neighborhood, as opposed to first place getting 43. But it looks like they're going to play it out. So heads up, we're going to see definitely wider range of hands being played.
A6-4, 2 spades, deuce of hearts.
It's, looks like it's going to check, and Ritchie with the queen 7. I don't know what Tony G has here.
All right.
Screen seems to be going a little haywire, but
Looks like a muck.
looks like queen high.
Looks like
Queen
Ritchie's playing the rush
Queen high was
at the
nuts.
perfect time. Short stacked all night on the table. Comes back just bobbing and weaving through everybody.
I think the last two tournaments, the big tournaments we've had here, has taught everybody a lesson. Is just because you're short stack doesn't mean you can't win these things, or at least get the heads up. That's for sure.
You've got to maneuver. You got to maneuver through this field.
So Tony G flops.
Oh
pretty
my
big.
gosh. A flush draw versus a pair.
Uh-huh.
Is this board getting all in?
No, it's not going to get all in, but we're going to see some chips go in the middle for sure.
Man.
It's not going all in yet. I mean, we're talking middle pair and a pretty weak flush draw that doesn't have the equities of the equity of having overcards. So.
Oh man.
Ritchie doesn't mind that king too much. That kind of strengthens his jack. He's like, okay, my jack's probably good here. I don't think Tony has a king. So he's first to act. Well, Tony checks back. I didn't know if Tony might want to bluff at that, but Ritchie was going to call him, so that was a good no bluff there.
He's winning every hand.
Yeah, it was a good no bluff by Tony. He was going to get called.
Yeah, even though he hit his pair, if he's showdown values, no need to bet.
Yeah.
The 4's good, it'll win. Whew. Tony G did great when he had the chip lead in the a couple hours ago and didn't get too crazy with raising and trying to take down the blinds with very marginal hands.
No, he's been playing, optimal poker. I think he's been pretty quiet because he's been pretty card dead. And then one big spot he did get it in, he lost the race. So, really, it's just the cards have been speaking, so to speak.
I'd like to ask him about the queen high flush versus jack high flush if he thought that Tony with the king out there, the only thing to beat is ace high flush.
Ace. Only the absolute nut. But did that board pair? No, the board didn't even pair on that hand, did it? No.
I can't remember.
I don't think there was even a paired board, right?
Man, this is a big hand.
This is a big hand. Heads up, these are both very strong hands. So Tony's going to raise the 1 million here. Ritchie's definitely not folding, so it's whether or not he's going to just smooth call this or 3-bet it. And he flats it. See a flop. And air for everybody. Let me go check.
Oh my gosh. An 8 is the worst card.
Ooh, an 8 would
An
be
8 makes
terrible.
Tony G a bottom straight and Ritchie the nut straight.
Ooh, that would be terrible. Ritchie decides to take control of the hand here and see if he can get a fold.
Oh, he does.
And he does. No, he didn't. Oh, no, he did. Okay. Oh, yeah, Tony shoved on top.
Wow.
I apologize there. Got a little thrown off
Yeah,
there.
we didn't see the action.
But, yeah, nice play by Tony. Nice play.
Last time we did a tournament, the short stack came back and won the whole thing.
Yes. Yes, he did. Tony G with another big hand, ace jack. Oh, I love both these hands. Ace jack. Well, I don't really love ace jack, but heads up I do. 10-9. I love that hand. So we're going to get an open from Tony. Probably get a defend from Ritchie. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Tony was the big blind, so I guess Ritchie limped. Okay, that's a different story. Ritchie limped and then Tony bet out there. So we're 15-12 now. Tony's picked up a couple pots here, and has gotten himself back into where it was a 2-1 disadvantage. Now it's not quite. It's fairly even at this point. Ace 3 versus Queen 9. We're gonna go see a flop. And open-ended for Ritchie. Ace high still good, but as you can see, it's basically anybody's hand here. Check.
Ace high is going to take it down.
Nobody went after that. They're playing a little cautiously here. I mean, I see that so far, like, they're not really going overly aggressive. Like ace high could throw a bet out there, maybe on the flop, on the turn. But they're more than willing to just check it down and wait for a collision, a hand that causes a collision course, I guess.
Well, this is not going to be it.
This is not. Watch this be the hand when they just go crazy. 9-3, 4 deuce. Let's do it. Let's rip it.
All right. Well, they are even.
Yeah, very even. Tony just folds. Oh, they had the same hand.
I think it's going to be aces versus kings here in a minute.
That would be fun.
It's going to be a raise, a shove, a call, a winner.
No, the board will run out of straight or something.
Right. They'll chop it.
Yeah. 6 high straight on the board. Oh.
Oh, shoot.
That's not aces versus kings, but two pocket pairs heads up is pretty strong.
It's close.
You got a crystal ball or something? What do we got going on here? So Ritchie raised. Is Tony going to flat here, or is he going to? I mean, it's 2-5. Oh, and Ritchie flopped a set, which, Tony's not going to go crazy here because that was just a disastrous flop for fives, regardless. Yeah, looks like Ritchie. I couldn't see the action, but it looked like Ritchie made a bet to, that's a very wet board, so he's going to protect his hand there. Even if he knew what Tony had, he would have checked and prayed he hit a 5.
Exactly. Exactly. I want to thank everybody in the chats tonight. We appreciate your chatting with us. Please like and subscribe. Thank you for following. Thank you for your support. We do have a 10,000 guarantee tonight, which is Monday.
I was going to say, I guess it is officially tonight, huh? Yeah. And I have a late work day tomorrow, so I might actually be able to play tomorrow. Very rare for me to get to play on a Monday night. It's King 7 versus King 8.
Oh, my goodness.
Tony raised the 1 million. All right, now we're getting a little frisky. All right, this is what I've been waiting to see. Heads up.
Not pair versus pair, but king high versus king high.
They've been playing pretty friendly, and now this is. It's almost like Ritchie picked up something and figured Tony was a little weak. I mean, King 8 isn't totally weak heads up, but it's generally not strong enough to stand up to a 3-bet. Now he could take a flop here if he wants to, but now he wisely lays it down, even though he was ahead. But he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
And you can't think that King 8 is good there.
He's 30 minutes away from knowing it was good. Sounds good.
Eight 7 suited for Tony. Ritchie with the Jack 8 looks like raising chips, and then just decides to flat. And we see a flop of all air. Let's see. Nothing really for anybody there, huh? Jack high is in the lead. Tony hits a 7 on the turn. 3 diamonds out there. Nobody has a diamond, but bets and gets a call. See if he checks. See if Ritchie tries to steal this one from him. See if he puts a bet out there of about 1.1. Try to take it down. Nope, he checked and gave up.
He's smart.
When he sees that, he might think that he could have taken that down. I don't know if Tony can find a call there with the 7. He might, but he's going to definitely have to think about it for a while. Ritchie extended his lead a little bit, 16 to 11. Tony's gonna be first to act here on the button, and looks like a call, and looks like Ritchie said, "Let's see a flop." And not much out there for anybody. That's a nope. No, it's a chop, right? Yeah,
Complete chop.
that's a chop.
They're scared to roll it over.
That's a chop. It was like 8 high was good till the river. 8 high was the nuts, and then he got counterfeited.
That's tough to bet that hand.
Yeah, it's just not much there. They're both like, let's get to the next one.
It's a long day for these guys to be playing.
It sure is.
They don't want to settle for second.
No, I mean, it's nice money. Everybody wants, you love to win the money, but if you finish second, you always walk out saying, "Oh man, so close."
$15,000
Right?
difference.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, that's true
Yeah.
too.
It's a lot of money.
All right, they both hit a pair here. Both hit a pair. Tony has backdoor clubs. And Tony checked. See if Ritchie wants to see where his 4 lies. Or, I'm sorry, Ritchie's got the 5. Long day for me, too.
Right?
Ooh, and Ritchie hits 2 pair.
Oh, is it Jack coming on the river? That could be ugly. Okay, no.
Tony checked. Ritchie will go about half pot here, maybe.
Full pot.
$3 million, yeah. Tony's tanking. He's wondering. He's thinking about the bluffs that are out there. Clubs missed. Any 7 missed. Even a 3 missed. But there's a lot of hands out there that missed.
Uh-oh.
So that's what he's trying to figure out. What bluffs are out there and what what he can possibly be trying to rep here.
Looks like he's wanting to make a hero call.
Oh, and
Oh,
he
he
does.
did. Oh,
He did
my
make the hero call. He's going yeah. Sometimes it's just better to let it go, even if you are being bluffed. But like I said, that board was so wet on the flop that there's so many bluffs out there that Ritchie could have. That Tony decided, hey, let's go for it. That's enough. That's a big enough pot for me to actually have some chips if I'm right. Fortunately, he was not right on that one. $9-7 of diamonds, heads up.
What do you do
I
with
like it.
6 million? Try and double up?
But I think he's going to open with it. Is that 1.2? Ritchie has a king 6, so it's not like any king heads up is worth seeing a flop with. I can't see the board.
No.
Looks like they check. And we're having some issues again. There we go. King 6. Now we can't see Tony's cards. He had the 9-7 of diamonds, right? I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either. Yeah, he had 9-7 of diamonds.
Yeah, so he hit the 7. Yeah. So he hit the 7 on the end, got there. Sorry, guys, the stream's tired too.
Absolutely.
We're It looks like we're going to play the last. This will be the last hand at this level. So blinds will be going up after this hand.
He's got a big pair.
Tony with the 10s.
Oh, quick fold.
And it was a very quick fold because now we're going to get another hand at this level. I figured for sure that would be the last hand. And we're going to get one more hand at this level before the blinds go up. I'm guessing next level is what, 200? Oh, we're at 200, 400 now. So 250, 500. We're 3-6. I don't even know. We'll
Right.
see. Ritchie with queen 10. Let's see if Tony opens with the king 8 first, though. No, he just calls. And Ritchie checks his option. And to a flop we go. And Tony hits top pair with the good kicker. And the heart. And the heart in his hand. So he's liking his hand. Ritchie, not so much. Didn't get much there. And he takes it down.
Yeah, Ritchie's not giving him any action back to keep his stack.
Yeah. And Ritchie's not going to do that if the hands that have very slim equity. You know, he has nothing, no draws. You know, maybe, you know, he did have 2 overs there, but that's not really anything. Get a quick dealer change at the blind level. Mike's back in the box. And we get on to the next hand.
Blinds are 250, 500.
There we go. With the 250 ante. So that dwindles Tony's number of big blinds. Queen 3 off, ace 2, see a flop.
Wow.
All spades and no spades to be seen. Really not much of anything for anybody there. The way they've been.
Looks like they ran out the board. We just can't see it.
Yeah, I was thinking it was just going to go check all the way down.
Yeah.
Because they haven't really shown that, you know, when they totally miss, they haven't shown that they're expressing much interest in these pots when they have absolutely nothing. You
Right.
know, they're waiting for hands where they at least have some semblance of a draw, some semblance, you know, a pair, anything. But we've had a string of flops here where they've just both completely missed with no draw whatsoever.
But then the ultimate big hand over big hand always brewing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they're setting it up for that. This could be a possibility if Tony. No, I'm just no. What I'm saying
Hard to
is,
get crazy with
is
6-4.
Tony has jacks and he might open, and if Ritchie decides to defend, and then you have an interesting flop.
He flops 2 pair.
Yeah, something like that.
Ooh.
That's where a situation like this could happen. But that's just all dependent on whether or not Ritchie decides to defend with the 6-4. Which, with that type of raise, I don't think he will. Because we got.
Yep.
Yeah. But if Tony decided, maybe I'll just limp these jacks, which he smartly did not do.
Tony G sitting on 9 million and Richie sitting on 17 million. Let's see. Tony G started the final table with 2.5 million, and Richie started with 2.1. So they started
Pretty even.
pretty even.
Got 2 hands that could do something here. King Jack suited, 10-9. Both very playable hands. We make it 2 million.
He must have announced, and then
Unless I just min raised. And Tony's going to defend all day with a 10-9. Oh boy!
oh gosh,
Wow, the royal.
Richie.
Well,
Oh my God.
I mean, Tony's blocking the royal flush, but yeah, the royal flush redraw. But as we can see, he's not going to make a royal. But Tony makes bottom pair and gets a made nuts with the redraw to the nuts.
Wow.
And Richie
He
didn't slow play it.
downsized. He's
Yeah, he
downsized his
downsized
bet.
it, but he didn't. But he didn't slow play it. Or yeah, he bet out after Tony checked to him. Let's see if this turn makes it interesting. Of course it
Oh
is.
my goodness.
Of course it does.
Broadway, flopped Broadway versus 2 pair.
Could this be it? I mean, the board's wet enough where, you know, Tony may not go crazy with bottom 2, but it is heads up. So could this be it? Because there's already 3.9 in the pot, and Tony's only got 7.7 behind. And I just don't see how he can fold. Oh, he did.
All in a snap call.
Yep, there we go. Wow. So 4 outs for Tony to stay alive, and he does not get there. And that's it.
Richie takes down
Just like that.
the final table of the $200,000 guaranteed marathon freeze-out. King Jack versus 10-9. He flops Broadway. Tony G turns 2
Two
pair, and Broadway holds up.
Wow.
Richie takes home $43,000.
What a hand.
Speak of the devil.
What a hand. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I'm JT. Nice to meet you, Rich.
Okay. I'm John.
Hey, John, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Grab my chair.
Yeah, I was going to say, grab him a chair here. We got Ritchie here.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Not as good as you.
Yeah, it was absolutely.
Oh man, great to flop the nuts and then he check raises all in. I
What?
mean, what do you say?
What a flop.
Yeah,
What a flop. What a turn. That's what got you paid. The turn got you paid for sure.
yeah, incredible turn. No, it was an incredible tournament. I mean, ran incredibly lucky. Won 2 big flips. That pocket 9s hand where I versus pocket
Tens?
10s. Oh yeah,
Tens.
just a great. Yeah, the structure was amazing. Great tournament.
You played phenomenal with the short stack. It was you made the right moves, the right folds, the right plays all night long.
Thank you.
You know, it was great to watch. We were talking about, you know, how the short stacks can come back, and Rory comes back and gets back up to 7.7 million. The next thing you know, gets cracked back down. I mean,
Let's talk about that final table. I mean, that's a beast of a final table you beat.
So half of those players, we were already on some like table 4, and we looked at each other. We're like, okay, some of these guys are gonna be here. And yep, Tony was there, Rory was there. You know, it was tough
Right.
for sure.
Lazar was out there.
Yeah.
You know,
that was probably one of the better final tables I've seen here at Rounders. The quality of players, and I apologize, I'm not a day player, so I don't see you here because I'm usually here at nights. And it's like I know every one of these guys, but I don't know Ritchie, but he's definitely he's a good player. So it was a pleasure watching you play.
That was great. It was a grueling final table. It was like, how long was it? Like 5 hours?
Final table started about 8 o'clock, 8:30.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you guys put in a 13-hour day.
Plus the 11 hours on from day 1.
Yes.
Oh. What day one did you make?
Thursday.
Okay, so you got in late.
Fired 1 bullet, and here we are.
Beautiful.
Yeah, man.
That's
$543,000. Yeah, I was watching all the hands, and with you, like when you got it all in with 9s versus 10s, I said, that's crucial. He needed a double up. You got that 9 on the flop, and it held up.
Right in the window.
Yeah, that was great for you. And then you just navigated through the field. I mean, you had the worst hand you folded. You had the best hand you bet. I mean, you played perfect.
The ace queen hand where you doubled up through little Tony, was that the design there was to limp and hope that he shoved on you and then so you could snap him off? Or?
Right. So all day really with Rory and with Tony on my left, I knew they were pretty aggressive players. I just knew that I can't be just like limping in garbage hands. I don't know if you noticed, I also limped aces versus Rory in one hand.
Yes.
So I was pretty much just limping a lot because they're aggressive players and I'm going to need to be able to defend. So especially with Tony and that, ace queen was just one of those hands that I'm just going to, brace, limp call.
Right. Yeah, I said you were trapping. I said, you had these great hands and you're finally able to limp in and outplay them or set them up versus you limp in and them raising, you have to fold with marginal hands. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, it was fun to watch. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Don't spend all that money tonight. But what are your plans for the next tournaments?
I understand. Well, when's the next Rounders tournament? I'm definitely going to be here.
Well, I don't know exactly when we have a tournament. We got a month off from tournaments.
Gotcha.
But we do have like the $10,000 guarantees, but the $200,000 guarantees are.
I think there's
down the road.
a $500K or $1 million in Houston like next week or so. So definitely
The end of the
got
month.
the bankroll.
That's at the end of the month, yeah.
Do you travel around and play tournaments like that?
I'm usually a cash game player. But
That's it?
I'll take shots.
And what do you play cash games here?
1-2, Monday to Friday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You grind it out.
I'm here
huh?
like 12 to 8.
It's funny because I play all the mixed games,
and that's
stuff
why I
like
never
that.
see you because I'm always here after 8. That's that's what I was saying.
Wow.
I was like, who's Ritchie? And then a couple of the guys on the chat, the deals, he's here every day.
Like,
and I was like,
what?
I never see him. I'm here because I'm a night guy. I'm not here when the sun's up.
That's awesome.
But it was great playing you play. I did want to ask you about the one hand I did want to ask you about was the big hand you went against Tony when you were flipped with the King Jack. Same mindset there. Did you think he was shoving light on you? Because he did wake up with the 9s on that hand.
Right. I just think that with Tony, I think suited Broadway's 3-way. It's just going to be really hard for me to fold, like to just a min raise to in a 3-bet shove.
Yeah.
It's just really hard to fold there. He's going to have deuces through everything, and I think he's going to have some bluffs, ace-5 offsuit. I don't know, it's just once you're in that spot, you got to take your shot.
Yeah, you got to take your shot to win. You got to win flips to win tournaments. It's as simple as that.
It's simple.
Right.
Yeah.
You picked the perfect spot, so that's what it is.
That's the other thing.
You played
exactly
the spot you picked to play the hands, and how you played the hands was awesome. It was outstanding. Congratulations on your win tonight.
Very excited. Thank you guys
Yeah.
for sure.
Awesome.
Okay, well, that was it. Thank you for watching Rounders Live. We are at the 200,000 guaranteed marathon free roll. We had Ritchie in our booth tonight. Thank you, John, for joining tonight.
Hey, my pleasure.
And we want to thank all our followers for all their support. And we'll see you on the next. We have next Tuesday. We have a 5-5 stream going. So please come out or please watch that, and we'll see you next week. Good night.